Kelly, straight towards you, so that you can embrace some of that lovely healing energy of the amethyst and some love that is going to be coming into your life that really gives you that sense of being warm and really treated very well. So at the moment, you do have to do that very hard thing, and that's accept that when there's negativity there, there's not a lot you can do about it. You have to see it for what it is, and you will be feeling as though you've got to fend off this relationship and really open a new chapter for yourself, and that's what I see here. Do you have a little girl, Kelly?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Um, I can see her holding your hand and wanting to, it's symbolic, it's holding your hand, wanting to help you, love you, be close to you, and also be protected by you as well. So I feel very close relationship with a little girl here. She's bright as a button, a little bunny rabbit I can see there. So Easter time is going to be important. Maybe this is a time scale for you where you can say, look, I'm going to Easter. I'm going to sort of see how things go until I get there. It's a couple of months away, and then I'm going to be ready. So get yourself ready, because your daughter will be. But she's sticking close by to you. I don't see anything difficult, dangerous, or nasty happening here, but I do feel as though there's huge disappointment. You've been very patient. You've been creating all sorts of opportunities for everything to work. I think you've worked very hard, but that inner shell, that inside of you, is just not going to repair that well or that easily. So I feel that you have to turn a corner now, and you do have to look towards making yourself, your family, a better life. And that, I feel, is going to happen almost miraculously. That, as I've said already, there is somebody walking towards you here. I can see this in the crystal, and I can also see you embracing new friends. So there's people coming to greet you, and you wanting to see some very, very special friends. So I think that there's reunions, there's you being very happy and upbeat and particularly pleased with a new role that you're taking on. So there's a new job here. It was there right at the beginning in your cards here, Kelly, and it's something that you will really embrace with all of your energy and all of your capabilities. Later on, later down the line, I see you working for yourself. There's a business here. So you will be employed by you, and it's a successful chance that you will be granted. Money is behind you, so I don't see you failing, but I feel that at the moment you are in this no man's land. You've got to step into a sort of space that is difficult, and you have to embrace it. You have to find that courage and really allow yourself to contemplate the type of happiness that is absolutely possible for you. Let's have a look at another card that you can sort of as something to meditate on, something to think about as you're going forward now with your decisions. So I feel that this is for you. This is the winged disc in the Egyptian cartouche. And this card is one of communication and being able to fly just that little bit higher than anybody else. Remember that. It's as though you're the aeroplane, you're the bird in the sky, you're the one that can fly that little bit higher. And it's what gives you strength and courage when you're feeling a bit down. So here we have it, Kelly. You've got all of the prospects in front of you that are excellent. They're really good. And you've just got to take that leap of faith somehow to embrace it all. Does that make sense to you now, Kelly?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Well,
Do you have a question or no?
Go on quickly. We've got our next caller on the line. Yeah, go on.
About the prosperous in front of me. I have schooling in front of me. Is there anything that you have that I should be focusing in on school?
Yes, it's the higher learning and focusing on to the opportunities that are there for you. I do feel that it's you embracing your intelligence, your higher self, and taking an opportunity that you should have perhaps taken some years ago. So it's come around again. Is that what you're planning on doing?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I wish you all the best with that. I think you're very successful. And with the ace being there, the Ace of Wands, it's like this new role, this new job, this new vocation. And that's what you will be aiming for. There's a business down the line, though. So you do have something else that's coming in that is going to surprise you. Very successful lady. So don't look back, look forward. And I wish you all the best there, Kelly. Thank you for joining us here on the Psychic Destiny Show. Now, I feel that we have Stacey. Is it Stacey on the line?
Yes.
Hello, Stacey. Hi. You're here. Welcome to my Psychic Destiny Show. It's Eleanor Grace that you're with here this evening. So let me take a little card for you. I'm going to use my Mythic deck. I love these cards. These are really... well, they're Greek, they're sort of Greek mythology, and it goes back to all of those ancient times, which I feel are really, we're all connecting to those energies. Maybe we need it, who knows, but let's see. Okay, well, we've got this one here. This is all about you here, Stacey. You're feeling quite trapped. There is an escape route for you, but you're not quite sure how to take it or which door it is that may be open. So let's investigate further, shall we? Well, here we are. The Empress. You're moving. Yes, that's what you're doing. You're leaping over problems. So there are going to be some dual interpretations here in the cards that you are granted from the tarot here today. So this is saying it's all about movement and new birth and new situations that you need to embrace. And I feel that this will be so very, very powerful for you this year. You need to make it happen. And you need to also be thinking that you don't need anybody else's help, really. You've got everything that you need at your fingertips. Now, there's a battle that's here in the Mythic Tarot, and this is a battle that is showing that you have really tried very, very hard all the way through to be, I think, sort of very positive and, you know, to stand up for yourself and to really be thinking, my goodness me, why am I getting so much negative energy coming towards me? And it's not to do with you. It never would be to do with you. With certain individuals, certain people be feeling a bit sort of down spirited themselves, acting that onto you. So it's nothing to do with your life. And here you've got the Sun card. Couldn't be happier. This is such a brilliant card here for you. And it will show you, Stacey, that you're now about to enter a phase in your life which is very upbeat, very positive, and it's about that movement. Are you planning to move, are you? Is this something that is on your mind at the moment, or have you sort of thought about it, rejected it, and then having to consider it again? Because I've got suitcases, I've got furniture vans, I've got all sorts of images here that tell me that movement has to happen. So what's your story here, Stacey?
I don't know. I mean, I live with a guy. We've been together 4 years.
Okay. Are you moving house? Are you moving house? Is that something that you're planning?
Are we what, honey?
Are you moving house? Are you moving your home? Where you're living? Are you moving from where you're living? Are you relocating to another area?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, that's what I've got for you. It's here in your cards, and you're going to be very happy. There's abundant happiness that's here. June is a very important time for you. That's June this year, 2023. But within the next full 12-month period, there's new beginnings all around you. And I feel that this is an important time. This next 2 years, I think, shows a lot of change for you, Stacey.
Okay.
It's happy. I mean, we're not talking about things breaking down. This, you've got the Sun card here. You're very, very happy. This is all about how you're going to be embracing new opportunities. And I think it's for you and yours. It's all of your family members that are around you. I do see a new birth as well. I want to give you that. There's a baby here that's in your arms, and I feel that this is not necessarily yours, but it will be a celebration of a baby that comes into the family. So I want to give you that as well. Now, in June, there would have been an anniversary. I feel this is somebody who's passed over. There's a lady here, soul in spirit. I've got 3 different ladies who are in spirit who've come straight into my spirit room, which is here, where I'm going to connect to you, Stacey. But I still want to go back to this month of June. Do you recall a reason why this is important for you in your reading? I do want to just go to the month of June. I'm going to give you that because I feel that that's an anniversary of a soul in spirit, somebody who's passed over. And as a medium, I want to connect you to this lady who is giving you lots and lots of love. She's sending lots of love down to you as well here, Stacey. So let's just take a couple of more cards for you in your reading here today. Movement again is being shown here, where I think maybe you're sort of hopping here onto a new project. It could be a hobby that you're looking at, which is expanding now into something very pleasurable. I feel that there's a lot of pleasure around you, and sort of movement again, sort of new vehicles, lots of speed, and I'm seeing energy go past you at a very sort of fast rate of knots. So if you can understand this, maybe watch the video on replay as well, because sometimes people don't connect with the information straight away, and that takes a little bit of absorbing. So just to recap here for you, Stacey, the movement that I can see is about you thinking or planning about moving a home in the next 12 months. June this year being an important turnaround for you. There's a soul in spirit who I feel is the lady who is your mother. I can see a man by your side who also is perhaps very upset, very much grieving for somebody he has lost, and that the two of you are very closely united in that sense of well, bewilderment really. But 3 ladies are showing in your family, in your ancestors, in spirit. They're all sending hearts, big ones, great big hearts to you, and lots of love as well. So don't be fearful. That's one of the messages that is here. Don't be fearful about your journey. You know, don't be wondering what it is that you should do. Be more positive and take action. It's also in your cards here. So a lot of success for you. This is about new plans. You can see this in the Greek mythology, the mythic deck, and this is the tarot card for plans going forward and for you being able to make a difference. So Stacey, do you feel as though that's what you have to do, that you want to have a more powerful impact on those people around you? Friends, neighbours, work colleagues, colleagues and also your partner as well. And animals seem to be here now. Do you like your animals? Is there a dog that you have, or two even? I do feel that there's animals there. Who are they? Who do they belong to? Do you know?
I have a dog and I have cows.
Okay, all right. Well, they're protective, very protective around you. So I've got the dog here that's almost by your side. It's sort of very close, doesn't leave you. And again, this lovely card that is yours here as we're coming towards the end of your mini reading here. Remember, these are free messages from Spirit on A1R Psychic Audio. And this is all about reunions and love as you're coming up to Valentine's. It is you being released from literally the chains that bind you, that make you feel as though you haven't really got an option or you haven't really got a choice, that you're in drudging and you're in this life and there's nothing else for it but to stay just on that same track. And yet you don't have to. You can take the initiative here, Stacey. You can reach for the stars. You can have the strength and the courage to do that, and lots of love being sent. Now, remember, this lady in Spirit, I feel as though it's your mum. The other lady, I feel, is a grandmother. And I feel there's a mum for your partner as well. The maternal line, they're all there, but it's your partner, you, and those souls in Spirit that are coming forward to bring you a new start. It's that happiness that is bringing you that new start. Stacey, I'm going to give you Anne, the name of Anne. That's just come in. I'm hoping that this is somebody who is going to be beneficial and will meet you on your future path. And the journey is bright and it's strong. So thank you to you, Stacey, and also to Kelly for coming through on my show today. And I've been Eleanor Grace, and you can come through to me on my website, which is gracedestiny.com. You can book a reading and pay in dollars, even though I'm in London. So I'm going to see you all next week at the same time, and have a great week. Bye-bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hello. Welcome, friends. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. And gosh, we're actually starting to near the the end of February. I can't believe it. March is coming so dang fast. And we actually, here in Utah, and I've called it Snowmageddon today because we have had just non-stop snow for the last, I think, 24 hours. And I think the last we checked, we have had, gosh, I want to say, I think it was 16 inches. Some areas have gotten 2 feet. I think the mountains got even more than that. So, which of course, I think they're up in the. I mean, I don't know. I'm 5 feet tall, and I feel like that. If I remember right, they had like 60 inches because we laughed about the fact they got more snow than I am in height. So kind of funny how that all has happened just within the last 24 hours. So hopefully, wherever you are around the world, that you are staying warm, staying safe, and or staying cool. I guess wherever it is that you're listening, and listening to the wonderful A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and listening to the Mini Medium today. So I am going to be, I'm shuffling up my card here because every Wednesday I love to just pull, sorry, I'm writing some things down here that I'm getting. I love to pull an affirmation card really based on the number that I've been drawn to. And I would say ironically, but sometimes I don't know if I believe in irony. I'm not a big fan or believe in coincidences. I believe that everything happens for a reason. And today is the 22, right, portal. So it's the 22nd, it's the 222 portal. Today is that day of where the veil between us and the other side can very well be thin, to where we can really connect to our loved ones in the spiritual world, and really, even have that beautiful bond and connection with our significant others, our family, children, what may be. So it's a beautiful day. And I feel that today's readings are going to be, I feel, should be off the charts. So when I say I'm drawn to a number, I am very well drawn to the number 22 today. And really, of course, it being the 22nd, yes, maybe that's part of it. But for me, I feel that, well, it's also one of my lucky numbers, but the number 22 has been always such a lucky number for me. There's other significance to that number. So we went with 22. And other than it being the date today, I'm pretty sure it's going to have some connections with others, either through my callers today on my show, or I should say, and or connection with tonight when I do my free readings. So after my podcast at about 7:30, well, which today I put 7:22. So at 7:22 Mountain Time tonight on my Stephanie's Tarot reading page, I will be doing a couple hours of free readings. And that number, I'm sure, is going to have even more significance other than the date today for sure. But with that said, the number 22 card that I pulled. So the affirmation for this week, in case for those who are not too sure about affirmation, what that is really is just a very powerful, maybe one or two sentences that we want to put out into the universe so that they can, these words can turn into manifestations and come back and, really reflect on us in one way, shape, or form. So the affirmation for today, for the 22nd, says, "The more I trust in life, the better things turn out." Boy, this, every time I pull one of these, I cannot believe how amazing that they connect with just things happening in my life. So, again, the affirmation is, the more I trust in life, the better things turn out, right? So, trusting in the universe, trusting in the higher power, and just trusting in yourself, I feel is huge as well. And the more you do that, then the better things will start to turn out in your life. And I've noticed it, I've experienced it, I've witnessed it. So I highly, highly recommend finding that beautiful trust that everything happens for a reason, right? Okay. All right. Well, happy 222. And I am excited to take my caller who also shares the same name. Hi, Stephanie. And Stephanie's from Texas. Is that correct?
Yes,
Hi, Stephanie. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Not too bad. Thank you. How can I help you tonight?
I'm just trying to see if anyone may come through for me.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Sure. Let me see what messages or what I can get here. I'm just taking a moment. So if you don't hear me, know I'm still here. Don't go anywhere. Um,
Okay.
Definitely been one of those days. I don't know if you heard as I was speaking a moment ago that the veil between the physical world and the spiritual world today has been fairly thin. Messages have been very clear and precise today. So my hope is that we can get that for you as well. Um, okay. Let me tell you, the first feeling that I'm getting right away is a male. I am I can identify gender, if you will, but this is a male soul, a male presence. Um, I often get numbers, and numbers for me are pretty significant when it comes to the way that I channel. So I always ask that the souls on the other side give me, uh, as close of exact numbers, connections with them, and that would validate them. So the first, I keep getting the number. I'm seeing a 7. I keep getting the number 7. So for me, Stephanie, this will be the month of July, the 7th of the month, um, 7 years ago. Do you connect with that with a male that has passed?
My husband and I, we have a 7-year-old son.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay. uh, uh, I will also hear names, and I keep getting this for me a two syllable though. I keep getting C or K, like Kevin or Kenneth or Ken. C or K. Do you connect with that?
Mm.
Or Calvin? I keep getting this two syllable C or K. Does that connect in any way that you can think of at the moment? Are are you still with me, Stephanie? Did I lose you? I might have lost her. Okay. I know that technology can do this kind of stuff, dang it. Um, and make sure that if you can hear me, Stephanie, or if
Yes,
yep, okay. Are you there, Stephanie?
yes, I'm here.
Okay, sorry about that. I might have lost you temporarily. Okay. I didn't quite hear you, but did that name ring a bell at all to you?
Ken, did you guys?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Are you talking about the Kenneth? Because no, nothing with a K or a C.
Or the C? Okay. Okay,
Mm.
that's okay. I just want to make sure that if I'm getting a name that we validate who that is. Okay. Uh, okay. The he he's also showing me if this is your husband that we're starting to channel, but he is showing me that that boy his passing for me comes across the way he's shown me very fast, very unexpected. Is that correct
Mm.
with him?
Yes.
Okay. I also he is also uh, okay. Uh, I just he keeps apologizing. I just feel him. Uh, I hear that I'm sorry, but then after that, he shows me of leaving. There's so much left behind and on your plate. Do you
Hmm.
understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Okay. Um, um, he refers to his, I know you said he has a 7-year-old where we were getting this his 7-year-old son, but he keeps saying that my boy. He keeps saying my boy, not my son, but my boy.
Yeah.
And yeah, and he says, tell my boy, uh, good job, congratulations. He just accomplished something. He just did something recently. So proud of him for that.
Well, he does
Um,
amazing stuff all the time.
what's that, hun?
I said he does amazing stuff all the time.
I love it. I love it. And this can be his way of letting him know that how proud he is of him, how proud he is of the accomplishments. I feel more than anything, I guess if I could maybe narrow it down to be more specific, I feel this is more even maybe sports related because I keep feeling there's something to do with sports. Does he play a sport?
No.
Okay. This for me is more physical accomplishment. is the best way I can put that. So that he has, recently accomplished, or will be very soon. So keep that in mind. Um, um, did you ask earlier today? Did you ask for him to come through, or you were trying to manifest for him to come through?
Not today, but yesterday, yeah.
Yesterday? Okay,
Mm.
perfect. Okay. Okay. He's showing me about the showing me my sign of the request, or asking for this moment, if you will, or being able to connect with him. Um, uh, um, I will often hear names, but I just heard very specifically, uh, like Richard, or Robert, a two-syllable R name, but Robert, Richard, entering in that kind of DT I keep hearing.
We had an Uncle Richard that passed a few years ago.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So know that he's just validating that they're together. This is what they'll do. They'll bring through names and validate they're together. Um, I do feel that he I have to tell you, his energy as I feel him, he's a bit it's interesting. He's a bit quiet, but I don't feel he necessarily was that way when he was here in the physical world. Uh, but he's just a little hesitant to come forward. And I feel that only because usually when I feel this way, it's because of a couple reasons. It could be just a religious matter. Sometimes it's that they're not too sure about me, trying to kind of test me and to see how much they can trust. And then the third usually is how they passed. If they're passing, it was in a sense, if they took their life or they could have prevented, then they're a little hesitant. And I feel that way with him. He's very hesitant at the moment. Um, but I feel overall, and really, I know these readings are short, and just maybe just tapping in a little bit to, some messages, but no, I feel ultimately his message that I'm getting from him today, number one, is to let his boy know how proud he is of him, but also he's also wanting you to know this sense of apologizing, for so much being left on your plate. Um, and also, I feel he never got that chance um, to really show you his real true love and affection. I feel he maybe struggled a little bit with knowing how to do that, and so really just wanting to express that love to you as well. Um, and and really he's very much showing me the very protective energy that he has, not just over you, but you, his son, and then I see one more he's protecting very much, very strongly. So so keep that in mind as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Stephanie, you're welcome. Sending you lots of good love and light, my friend. Thanks for calling. All right. Hey, We'll grab my next caller, and I show this is Timothy from Oregon. Hi, Timothy.
Hi.
How are you?
Well, a little upset.
Okay. Is there anything I can help you with?
Yeah. A reading off someone's energy would be great.
Okay.
Clarification would be nice.
Okay. All right. You got it. Okay, let me see what I can help you with for sure. It's always hard to have someone, I guess, who we care for in our lives or have connection with, um, give us that energetic feeling of disappointment or anger or whatever it may be. So I can personally relate myself. Um, so let me see. I'm shuffling my cards, by the way, while we're
Okay.
talking for a moment here. So
Yeah, it's a complicated situation.
gotcha. Okay. I heard it's funny you said that the first thing I got in my mind, I I do readings all the time and I do them privately
Good.
in my studio and over Zoom. And
All
I
right.
had a younger gal tell me that she was in a relationship, but it was called a situationship. And I'd never heard that before. So
Yeah.
a
Both have feelings
situationship.
for each other, will submit it, but not in a actual relationship. Yeah.
Yeah, I never heard that term used. So, okay,
They're like
well,
friends with benefits, basically.
yes,
I'm
exactly.
not even
Yes.
in that.
Well, I feel like in a respectful way, I feel like this is our younger generations that use that word because I had never heard of that. So it definitely came across. I laughed, but I guess it's a thing. But okay, all right, my friend. So one thing that I have to tell you, that I have been really I truly believe everything happens for a reason. I know it's very
All
cliche.
right.
I know, yeah, good, good. And the good, the bad, the indifferent, and
Yeah.
yes, exactly. And at the beginning of my show, I pull a card. It's an affirmation. And the affirmation for this week says really basically the more that you trust in, life or, yourself, the better things turn out. And the one thing that I have been drawn to you ever since, and this is how my intuition starts to kick in, is as I hear your voice and I listen to my spirit guides, and my intuition is you have an amazing intuition. I can feel that you have a beautiful ability to trust, or I should say, you have a beautiful ability with your intuition. The the one thing I feel that I see that can help you is trusting it even more, than you do now. Um, and pulling this affirmation card showing me that the more you trust in life, the better things turn out is no coincidence. And I don't believe in coincidences. So um, the one um, the one vision I kept getting also really is well, I'll tell you, my friend, I feel that there has been uh, not just this one incident that I'm seeing that may have kind of been the straw that broke the camel's back per se, but there's been many. Is that correct?
Past relationships. Yeah, my love life has not been so great. There's no.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
That's probably what
Um,
it is. It's a lot of being used and abused and hurt.
right. And a lot of that, and I feel that a lot of times when uh, we expose ourselves, I guess, if you will, to the same thing happening to us over and over it really is because our beautiful intuition tells us one thing, but we really listen to our heart, right? Or,
Yeah.
not necessarily our mind. So, and I do feel that way with you that this is a lot of reacting on the feelings of from the heart chakra, not so much the feelings or intuition coming from, your crown chakra or whatever may be. So, so first and foremost, trust your beautiful intuition, my friend, because that's going to be huge. Um, I, um, I'll kind of pull cards a little bit. I use cards as more as a guide, but I really feel as I'm sitting here and I pulled a couple. The one card that I just flipped over in tarot, the Tower card. The Tower card is probably one of the most, uh, maybe one of the cards that we don't want to see pulled as a reader. But for me, it's just validation of what you've gone through because it does represent deceit, um, uh, toxic, maybe energy, um, uh, what else? Lies, deceit, turmoil. It's those kind of emotions that come. And I also get numbers. Um, how do you connect with when it comes to you and this other individual? I keep seeing the number 5, month of May, 5th of the month. Maybe just validating.
Oh, what do you got for numbers?
The number 5.
Okay, my birthday's on the 5th.
Perfect. This is what I do,
So
my
if you're
friend.
looking at 40575, I'm an Aries with Aquarius moon.
Okay, perfect. Okay. I don't know you from Adam, and I just saw the 5 and your birthday's on the 5th. So it just validates that we have a good connection and that good psychic flow. So that's a good sign. And in Aries, Aries are very they're very strong-minded, right? They have that's a fire sign. So you're gonna mesh better with an air sign. Yeah, mostly an air sign is going to be your best. I feel in the 27 years I've been doing this. So I feel relationship wise, watch for those that are your air signs.
Gemini.
But yes, your Geminis, yes. And the one thing I would say guidance wise that I'm seeing when it comes to what you asked me in the beginning with the energy coming from somebody, first and foremost, going back to trusting your gut feeling. Aries tend to put a lot of their heart and soul into things right up front, right away. And sometimes that can intimidate others, So just maybe just reining things in, but being very protective of yourself. My beautiful producer's telling me I got about 30 seconds. So on my show, protect your energy, protect your beautiful intuition, trust in that. But if you ever have any questions, Timothy, I am happy to even help you on the side. I'm happy to answer more questions. You can email me. It's at tarotwithsteph, STEFF, @gmail.com. And I'm happy to help even some more with what I'm seeing, if that works. Okay?
Ow, hit my hip. Okay, what's your email?
tarotwithsteph, STEFF, @gmail.com.
What?
Tarot? Thank you. Perfect. tarotwithsteph at gmail.com. All right, perfect. All right, thanks you guys. Have a beautiful night. Happy 2/22. I'll see you all next week. See you later. Bye-bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Psychic Paths. I am Suzanne Marie, and this is A1R Psychic Radio. How is everyone tonight? I certainly do love Wednesdays. I am so thankful for all the beautiful souls that I get to connect with and get to know better. And it's just been a wonderful, wonderful journey into this, and especially with A1R Psychic Radio. So welcome. I hope that everyone is feeling loved and safe and comforted by those that love them. So I'm a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, and I'm here to do readings. I really, that's my passion, and I really love doing them. So this is what we do, and this is why we're here. So if anyone wants to reading, please call in, and I will do my very, very best. We are in Aquarius season, which is the season of change, and it's kind of constant change. So it's a continual change. And then we'll go right into Pisces, which is dreams and aspirations. And so it's a very, very good time for me to be here and be able to do the readings. So yeah, I am in Minnesota. It is the dead of winter. So if anyone has any sunshine going on, please send it our way. We would enjoy it. So yeah, and you can reach me if you enjoy the reading and would want one of your own. You can reach me at readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Thank you so much. Margaret from South Australia. Hello.
Yes. Hi. Hello. How are you?
Hi. How are you tonight? I'm fine.
I'm well, thank you. Today is a beautiful hot day here in Australia. We're going through our summer and our heat wave. Very hot summers in the south of Australia.
I hope I can pick some of that up for the winter here. It's it's like 13 inches of snow outside. So
wow. Well, I haven't
it's
been
kind
here
of extreme.
for years. I know, absolutely.
What can I help with tonight?
Look, Suzanne, there are several issues. One of them is my family, my brother. It's got to do with my mother's passing, inheritance. I'm not sure where this is going.
Okay, let me take a look and see what Spirit says, okay? Okay, so did your mother pass away like maybe a month ago?
No.
Has it been
No,
months?
my mother passed away. No, my mother passed away a long, long time ago.
It feels like there's a lot of anger going on. I feel a lot of frustration and anger. And I was picking up your mom, but she was making it seem like, oh, I just got here. So that's why I had to ask.
Oh.
So has your brother always been quick-tempered? Because it feels like even when he's not showing it, he's thinking it. He's very quick-tempered.
Yeah. Yes.
Your mom is showing me that he's too reckless. He's reckless also. Not quite seeing what he takes care of. Everything is quick and impulsive is what I'm picking up. Are you going to court?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
I feel like you're going to go to court. I feel like there's going to be someone to mediate what's going on with all of this. And I think it needs to be, because I don't think that you can meet a common ground with your brother.
Yes,
and I don't
Mhm.
think that he can handle it either, because I feel he has a lot of health issues. But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, my mother died 6 years ago in March. My brother is a lawyer. He became the executor, the beneficiary. He took everything he wanted and only gave me what he wanted. Now he's expecting me to. He's saying that I owe money from my mother's estate, which is not true, and I do have a legal document. But he's one of these narcissists that he thinks he said nobody can beat me, nobody can win me, not even God can take me down. That kind of man.
Right. That's what I was sensing. That's what
I've had a lot of therapy.
I'm sorry. I'm sensing that only a mediator can deal with him. Someone that isn't involved. And I feel like he will be shut down.
He will be shut down.
Yes, he will be told to step back. That means that you're going to be winning this court case because he really doesn't have a claim. This is all nonsense. This is air. This is a lot of hot air.
Yes, but what he's done is he's how is the word? When you're a lawyer and you do things, you put things in company names, and
he's unethical.
what he did is
I call it unethical.
Yes, unethical. What he did is he used all my mother's assets to build his little empire and left me with virtually 10%, 10% which I've been, it's been very difficult, and he's been blackmailing me for 6 years. So I eventually, my mother...
Go ahead, honey.
Oh, no, and I'm just saying I'm sick of it. It's caused me health issues. Just wondering, my mother's got a deed of release. Now he wants to see the discovery note, but he cannot do it without he himself getting a lawyer. And I'm scared because he's powerful. He's got money. I don't have that much money to beat him in the legal system. But my lawyers are also forensic lawyers, and they can smell a rat. And that means that my mother's whole estate will come into this situation, and he could very well have to give me something more.
That's what I'm picking up. I'm picking up that you have the truth, and that's what's going to win out on this. And I feel like his personality isn't going to do him any favors when he's the one in court. I do see a really good judgment for you.
Yes, it's been very painful, and I don't understand. I think
it feels like it's been painful for a very long time. Very long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I feel like there will be an end to this, and the court will see it your way. That's how I feel. I feel like he will be shut down with all his, it just seems like he's angry, and that's not going to get him far. And your mother is very much on your side. She's been talking to me, and she's on your side as well. So I just want you to know that. She says she loves you dearly.
Well, I loved her, and I took good care of her until the very end. I even dressed her when she passed.
She's a really, really sweet person. She's just really sweet. So I wanted to give you that, and just please be patient.
Thank you.
And you will find that judgment, I promise. You will get justice.
Can I ask you, thank you for that, because it has to end because it caused me illness. And I'm fortunate that I'm here. But I'm strong, and I need this. I need this because man's created fear in my life. I'm getting therapy. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. Look, I've been on my own for a very, very long time. Will I ever meet anyone in this lifetime? Will there be anyone for me?
I feel like it. I feel like that it will have something to do with your health. So you may meet him in a medical situation, like a clinic or something. But I do feel like that will be sometime in the summer. The meeting will be this summer. I do have to go, but thank you so much for allowing me to share with you tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. So my health is good. I just wanted to know that. My health okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne. Very, very appreciative.
You have a beautiful day, okay?
Thank you, Suzanne. Much appreciated.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Cowtown Medium with Kathleen Hart.
Live from KathleenHart.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Countdown Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Hart. I'm so glad you could join me tonight. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about mindfulness tonight. Some things I've overheard in public, heard friends talking about, seen folks post about on social media. There's a lot of scary things going on in the world. I think everybody's well aware of that, but everybody's talking about it a lot, perhaps focusing on it too much. And I hear folks talking about, oh, how badly they've been treated, what horrible things someone said to them. And they go on and on in great detail about these things. And I don't think they're aware that the way the law of attraction works, you get what you put out. The energy you put out into the universe is what you're going to get back, what you're going to get more of. So if you're talking about all the horrible things happening in the world, all the bad things that have happened to you, all the terrible things that have happened to somebody else, and that's largely all you talk about, you're going to start seeing more of it because you are attracting it to you. And the world needs a lot less of that right now. So let's think positive. Let's send loving thoughts to everyone, and especially to ourselves. We need to love ourselves first so that we can love others. And we need to build ourselves up, talk about the good things and the things that we want to do, things we want to focus our time and our energy on, the things we want to get back. Let's talk about those, build ourselves up, build up each other up, and attract more abundance and attract more good luck and positive outcomes. So let's focus on the positive. I know you probably heard that too much, but it's a good advice. I see we have a caller tonight. Hi, Monica. What can I do for you?
Hi. I just wonder if just give me some insight on some things that are going on with me and where I'm headed career-wise and
okay.
You know.
So how about career first?
Okay.
Get excited. Good things are coming. Put out to the universe, shout out to the heavens what it is you're looking for. What brings you the most joy? What do you get most enthusiastic about? Focus on that, talk about that, and start looking. The more you focus on it, the more it will turn up. So make sure you're very clear on what it is you want to do and talk it up to yourself, talk it up to your friends, begin to talk it into existence, and then go out and hit the pavement and find it because it'll be out there. But be picky. Don't settle for less than what you're looking for. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I feel like there may be some challenges ahead for you. An important decision to be made. But as long as you stay focused and positive, you can overcome anything. If you expect miracles, you're going to get one, but stay focused.
Okay.
Choose your path carefully. You may be on it for quite a while. Once you get started, you dig those wheel ruts in a little bit deeper. It's harder to get off that path once you've really well established it. So be choosy. Be choosy. feel like there's someone going on this journey with you. There may be a move involved. It feels like it's either a physical move to a different location, perhaps even a different city. There may be a change in relationships that goes along with it. Does that make sense to you?
There might be some travel, but not really as far as a change in relationships, but maybe some traveling.
Okay. I feel like the change of scenery will do you good. Do you feel called to do something new and different?
I like what I'm doing. I just feel like there's an obstacle right now with my health. And I'm a little worried because it would affect my job.
Absolutely. Stay focused on your health. Don't be afraid to seek out the help that you need, and don't settle for the first opinion. Get a second opinion on anything that's important. Anything that's slowing you down, you want to pursue that and getting something done about that before it becomes a bigger obstacle.
Yeah, it's kind of, I'm where I want to be career-wise. I got a promotion, and I'm excited about it, but I have an injury that I think is going to need some attention.
Definitely.
It would affect my job.
Don't let that go. Don't overlook it. Don't downplay it. Too many times folks, these days will say, rub a little dirt on it and go on. Suck it up. It's not that bad. Pay attention to what your body's telling you. If it's causing you that much pain now, potentially it will only get worse unless you do something about it. So definitely seek the best treatment you can find, and don't let anybody tell you, if you feel it's that bad, don't you let anybody tell you that it's not a big deal. Because
my husband's trying to do that, but I think he's wrong. I think it's a bigger deal than he thinks.
Go with your gut instinct. It very, very seldom will ever lead you wrong. So you know how you feel. Nobody else does. You listen to that and follow that inner guidance. If it hurts, get a doctor to look at it. Go to a specialist. Don't mess around with somebody who doesn't know enough about what you're going through. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been rubbing dirt on it, hoping it would go away, but it's not. It's not going away.
Too many of us were raised to do that, and that is not the best answer. It really isn't.
Well, it's just because career-wise, I'm kind of where I want to be, and then this happened. So,
well, you want to defend that career. If you worked long and hard to get there, don't let this get in your way. But don't just ignore it, because it won't go away.
Okay.
Be courageous and get the help you need, and don't wait. The longer you put it off, potentially the worse it's going to get.
Okay. You always worry about whether you not have whether you have the money to pay for.
That can always be a challenge. Focus on it and shop around. Not everybody charges the same thing. And sometimes if something insurance doesn't cover, talk to the providers, because sometimes they have a contingency plan for that. They may offer cash discounts. It's always something to ask about. The worst thing that can happen is they can say no. I haven't heard one yet that did. Make sure you take some time for yourself, a little quiet time, a little personal time to pursue your interests, and just calm yourself and work on healing any worries or concerns you have that maybe you don't feel like sharing with anybody else. Definitely not with everybody else.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. You need some me time in there too. Gives you a chance to get a new perspective, look at things from a different angle. What I'm hearing is look at the big picture. Take a step back and Is it going to matter in 5 years? Is it going to matter in 5 days? Is it going to matter tomorrow? Kind of helps you prioritize where you spend your time and your thoughts. If it's not a big deal, don't dwell on it enough that you make it a big deal. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, good. I feel like there's something going on where you need to look a little deeper, something below the surface. I feel like there's something good there, but you may not see it at first. It may be difficult to see, but dig a little deeper, look past what's on the surface. Closely examine it, because I feel like there's something good waiting there. Is that something that makes sense to you?
Yeah, this been something for everybody, you know, taking care of everybody else and not really doing anything for myself lately.
Don't forget to focus on you. You can't pour from an empty cup. That's something my guides love to remind me, because I'll prioritize everybody ahead of me, and then I have to take a step back and go, wait a minute, need to recharge those batteries, rest up, take care of me. Small issue get in the way. So let's pay a little attention to that and try to air that out and make sure everybody's on the same page, so we're not spinning our wheels and going in the wrong direction. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I see we're short on time here, so I want to thank you again for calling, and I want to wish you a good night and good luck with everything. And don't forget to take care of yourself.
I'm going to start doing that. Thanks.
You're welcome. Take care. Good night.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.Wixsite.com/Perry Lyons. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's magical window. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.Wixsite.com/Perry Lyons. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147 or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio, or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, cherished ducklings. Sorry we're a couple minutes late. I was doing fine until I was sidetracked by unrealistic hair goals. And I know you girls out there know what I'm talking about. Unrealistic hair goals, hold on, there we go, lead to despair and the claw of doom. So we're just going to do the claw of doom here and move right along. Hey, I am here for you. Well, I mean, can't borrow money, but unless you give me some first and I'll lend it back to you. I'm also trying to put on, I'm Perry Lyons, by the way. I should probably have said that. I'm your New York City celebrity psychic. I don't know if I'm a celebrity, but a lot of the people I read for are. Unfortunately, I can't tell you who they are because then they'd kill me. But I've also just started designing jewelry, and I'm trying to pin this on without puncturing my jugular. So it's the cross between advertising and self-care. Ow! Anyway, I'm very happy to see you. Although I can't actually see you, but I'm happy to see you in my mind's eye. They're out. This is pretty as hell, but it's uncomfortable as shit. Excuse my language. Sorry. That's never happened before. Ignore that. Okay, my darlings, I am here for your questions. We're not doing the tarot weather this week because I just cleaned the entire house and I have no idea where my tarot cards are. I just psychically found them like 3 minutes ago, but they're upstairs. So I blame bad hair goals. I also blame, apparently I don't speak sales girl anymore. I went into a shop to ask if they had moisturizer. And the girl said, oh, you mean we have elixir? I'm like, this is not Hogwarts. I don't need elixir. It's like, we have serums. Serums scare me. That's not really medical, but I'm going to use them anyway. We have spray on serum elixir. I'm like, do you moisturize it? She's like, I'm sorry, I don't speak old. Not that I am, but she was 12. So, hi. So I'm quickly, instead of doing the tarot weather today, I'm quickly going to share something from my own life because this topic has been coming up with a lot of my clients. And I find when a topic comes up over and over again, then it's kind of in the atmosphere. Why am I clutching my brush? Woo, that was fun. I'm stone cold sober too. I haven't had anything but peanut butter today. It's sad. So here's the deal. A lot of us, especially us broads or people who identify as women or just people in general, we all need love, right? And we all panic a bit when something ends because like, uh-oh, is anybody else out there for me? Am I going to have to spend the rest of my time alone? And we all go through that. I read for some of the most beautiful, glamorous, amazing people in the world, and everybody feels like, am I going to be alone for the rest of my life if I dump this person who isn't good for me? The answer is yes. Here's what I want to tell you, and this might be a little too personal, but I've only had peanut butter today. I'm a little lightheaded, and I'm going to share it because I think it'll help you. Here's the deal. I was with somebody for 5 years. He helped me take care of my mom. He was a little emotionally abusive because he turned out to be an alcoholic. And after my mom passed a year ago, he went into rehab and then halfway house for the last year. He was supposed to come back on Saturday. I'd like spent all my money having the house done and preparing. And something happened a few days before that, which made me say, do I want a boyfriend or do I want self-respect? And the answer came back, I want self-respect. Sod this. And I said, we are not open for this kind of business. I'm not going to go into details. You can contact me by mail and send a stamped self-addressed envelope and $35. I still won't send you the details. But what I've learned is that don't compromise and don't compromise with what's acceptable to you. Would you eat a hamburger if it had 50% poop in it? No, you wouldn't. How about 5% poop? No, still not good. No poop. Hamburger without poop. I know that's a slightly graphic metaphor. What I want to say is that I thought that I would be devastated. I'm a songwriter and a singer, for heaven's sakes. We feed off heartbreak. I take heartbreak vitamins just to be able to write. And I feel every time I started to think about something lovely he'd do for me, he would meet me at the train station with flowers when I came from New York. And that was lovely. But you know what? It was because if this sounds conceited, so be it, but it's really helped me. And my entire last year was about finding self-love on my own. And I think I've done it. I'm kind of dating myself, although I haven't gotten fresh yet because I'm waiting for me to take me to dinner and a movie. But here's what I'm trying to say. Don't compromise with your standards. If somebody is, I mean, I don't mean like, he wore one black sock and one brown sock. I cannot put up with that. Don't have dumb standards. But if something impacts your self-esteem, not worth it. And loving yourself first seems to be, I mean, I'm not like looking in the mirror and going, oh, you pretty creature. No, 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 no. You know, I'm like every other broad. I look in the mirror and I'm like, make it stop. But I thought I'd be heartbroken, and I'm not. It turns out that choosing your best self makes your best self be there. So if you're thinking about staying in a relationship where somebody has maybe been emotionally abusive, and that can be kind of gaslighting. Gaslighting is when you say, I feel this way, and the other person says, no, you don't. That's kind of gaslighting. So if you're in a relationship where somebody puts you down, if you're in a relationship where somebody criticizes you all the time, the occasional constructive feedback is like, don't dye your hair green. That's not your best color. But you don't need it, and you'll find something better. And the last thing I'll say here is the happiest couple I've almost ever met. I met at a party 2 years ago. I'm like, you guys, hi, Christine in South Carolina. Oh, I love the Carolinas. Love South Carolina. Hold on one second. I'm just going to finish the story. While you're waiting for your reading, breathe in deeply and breathe out like this, like you're blowing out a birthday candle. Do that 3 times and I'll be right with you. So here's the thing. I met this couple at a party. They were so madly in love and so perfectly matched. And they just vibed. They were obviously in love. They were best friends. I'm like, how long have you guys been together? 12 years. I'm like, I know there's a story here. And they said, yes, there is. It's a nice thing about being psychic. You can cut to the chase. And they said, should we tell her? They're like, yeah, because she's got to finish up and get to the caller. And so the guy said, both of us decided on the same day, 13 years ago, that we're done with bad relationships. We're okay. If it meant being alone for the rest of our lives, we were going to do that. And we didn't know each other. We each said, okay, you know what? I'm marrying me. Fine. I like me. I love me. I respect me. I admire me. I support me. And both of them said, I'm okay with that. If it's the rest of my life I spend that way, I'm okay. The next day they met. And because there were 2 wholes being together rather than a half and a half looking to make a whole. So happy, so prosperous, so healthy, so cute. So that's it. So, Christine, did you breathe? Are you still from South Carolina?
I am from South Carolina, and I did my
I love South Carolina.
breathing.
Yay. Hi, my love. How can I help you tonight? I'm so glad you called.
Okay, I love
just need
what I was
birthday.
hearing you on the. My birthday is November the 20th.
Oh, Scorpio, great birthday. Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So I love I heard what you were saying, and it so resonated with me.
Right?
But it really did, because most of my one of my questions I was going to ask you, like you've already told me when I was hearing it. So, and you were right. I needed to find myself, myself. But the other question that I had is, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello?
Go ahead, right here. I'm right here. Right here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry. I interrupt a lot because I'm the youngest in a big family. So go ahead. I won't interrupt anymore.
But I'm like finding myself again. After 2 relationships broken, one I was married and the other one I was dating. And, now that those relationships are over, trying to find myself, and it just seems like I take 2 steps forward, I go back 4 steps back. And it's been like that for the past 7 years. And then I got hurt injured at work, and it just like
Oh,
I'm trying to
honey.
keep up with the positives.
Did you get
And
workman's
it's like
compensation? Did you file for workman's comp? You're entitled to it.
I did. They, of course, they denied it, but I'm settling up, and then I got fired.
That's
only
illegal. You need a good lawyer. But go ahead, because
I
that's
did.
illegal. They can't fire you after filing for workman's comp. I'm sorry. Go ahead. So you're saying
But
you feel
and it's just been one thing to another. Like I am so nice to people, and then people just take advantage of that situation. And you know, like people are like for instance, I had somebody that came over this weekend, a family member, and I was like, yeah, I'm applying. You know, but like I can do certain jobs. I can't do repetitive bending. And she was like, you're not qualified to do any office jobs. And I'm thinking, right. I mean, it's just like back and forth all the time, you know, since for 7 years. And I'm like, what am I doing wrong here? What am I doing? Like, are these starting to look up? Because every time I start getting more positive, I mean,
let me help you with this.
I don't know.
This I can help you with. And first of all, I am so sorry for everything you've been through. That really blows. I mean, it's not, and you're a lovely person. Also, you're a Scorpio, and they're one of my favorites. I'm a Pisces. We get you guys, baby. So, and I have really great friends with your birthday. So we're going to make this extra special for you. The first thing I'm going to tell you, I can't legally give legal advice. I will say that as an opinion, it is my, and as a person, I have traumatic brain injury because I was hit in the head with a piano 12 years ago, not intentionally. And I know it makes me sound like a Warner Brothers cartoon. When I say that, people usually say, are you sure it wasn't an anvil? And I'm like, sod off. But you're disabled, and people are not allowed to discriminate against people who are disabled or people who have injuries. So everything you've just mentioned is technically, you can't get fired for filing workman's comp. No. So this is my impression. I would say take these ideas and run with them. Go to Miss Google and Google the heck out of them. And people will work on there are lawyers who work with you for free up front, but there are some good ones. So I would look into that immediately, because I'm seeing money coming to you at the end of the year. And I think it might be from that. It might also be from another thing. I think if you go, this is totally out of the left field, but I told somebody this recently and they called me and said, yeah, I found 10 grand that way. Go to the website of your state, so southcarolina.gov, and go to the comptroller's office, go to unclaimed funds. It's free. Just look under your name and other name, like ex-husband, whatever. Unclaimed funds. I have a feeling you have something there. And you can get in touch with me after the program.
I know my workers' comp's coming in within 2 weeks.
Yeah,
which
and that's going to be good.
The other attorney that I had was not very good.
Yeah, because I got workman's comp a long time ago, and I found out that I was actually entitled to about 3 times more than I got. But you've got other money coming. Meanwhile, here's what I've been doing with clients that's really worked. Are you up for it? I just did this with a beautiful, beautiful TV and movie star, and things have taken such an upswing in the last few days with her. And I'm doing it with me too, which is how I always learn stuff. I test it out me just in case I try something and it makes my head explode, so I don't want you to do that. I want you to set an intention, because when we set a strong intention, it unites our mind and our body and our spirit. And what I'd like you to say, you can write this down or go find this episode on YouTube afterwards in the archive. Just say, I, Christine, hereby make a really completely strong intention to love and respect and support myself no matter what. And that is what I get from other people. Thank you. Amen. Okay. So what I'm finding is that making very strong intentions, and I wouldn't say this if you hadn't started out by saying that you're in the right place at the right time, by which I mean you were probably the reason I said what I said to begin with. I wanted to share that with people, and I knew that the people who needed to hear it or were open to hearing that not to settle, is because I knew the people who were right to hear that would hear it. And you just confirmed that. And I'm so happy. So the second part of
It was so,
what?
I mean, everything you said was right.
Yeah.
I mean,
and so
like, I would color my hair, and he would be like, ugh.
Yeah.
And then,
you know what?
He would, like, ghost me for hours. And truly, I needed to hear that because, and I thank you so much because, you know, like, I was like, what am I doing wrong? Is it me? Or, you know, he made me feel like, I don't think he was cheating. I don't know. I really don't know. But I know he was emotionally talking to people. I don't know if he was physically doing it.
You
but
know, emotional affairs, I'm going to count that. I mean, I know people are going to disagree with me. Excuse me, I have to remove my hair clip of doom there. Some people disagree with me. I think, you know, you're either with somebody or not with somebody. If you're with somebody, be with them. It's like eating ice cream. Don't eat low-fat ice cream. If you're going to eat ice cream, eat ice cream. If you're not going to eat ice cream, don't eat ice cream. If you're going to be with somebody, be with them. Don't mess around by like having an emotional flirtation with. I mean, we all have crushes occasionally. That's part of human nature. Ow, my pen is digging in. See, my pen.
Right.
But you know, we're allowed to fight it. I mean, I've been in relationships where I had crushes and other people, and I just like didn't talk to them. Like, you know, I can't. I didn't tell them I have a crush on you. I'm not talking to you anymore. But you know, you just turn away from that because the person you're with, and I can tell you, you've got a really good character. You're a lovely person. You've got lovely energy. You really do. Almost everybody, with two exceptions, that was last year. Everybody who calls into the show is an absolute peach, a diamond peach. If there's such a let's pretend for a moment that there's such a thing as a diamond peach. And you're from South Carolina. That's no Georgia's peaches.
Right, I got the window up because it's hot.
Right.
It's warm.
Oh, thank you. I'm in New York and it's freezing.
I would love to go to New York. But do you see me getting a job anytime, like an office job or a remote home? Or
one thing, I think you're underselling yourself too. I think you're selling yourself just as like data entry or typist, or I think you can dream a little bigger. I also think that you would. I'm going to say that you're somebody who is you're a people person, right? You just connect people effortlessly. Do you matchmake?
Yes,
I know you matchmake. Are you real? I wouldn't dare match. I'm so bad at matchmaking. When I say to people, you should meet, they're like, I'm moving out of the country. You're so bad at this. But you are natural matchmaker. So you could open a matchmaking business, but that's a lot of work.
It's funny that you said that.
Yeah. No, it's not. I'm psychic. That's my job. Go ahead.
Because tonight I was selling myself short when I was applying for jobs. And I was like, wait a minute, I know how to do that. I know how to do that. And then I expanded and I was like, holy moly, like the difference. And it's funny that you said that.
Well, that's my job, baby. I'm not good at chartered accounting, but this is my work. And
well, maybe I might get something now because I was just applying for just what I thought I could do. But then it was like something told me I was selling myself short. I was like,
here's what I want you to do.
And the job increase, the pay was way more.
You know what? You can make way more than you think. Here's the thing. Go for a job you might actually enjoy. And go in. I don't know if you apply for disability, you probably can't work. So I'm going to just stay away from all legal stuff. And anything I said before is just an opinion.
Well, I did apply for disability. I mean, I have to wait. Well, I'll know something in a week or two.
Okay, but until then, there are a couple of things you could do. One, you're very good with people. You are. You'd be great as like if there's an upscale hotel where you work. You can sit down and
that's funny that you mentioned that.
My job, baby.
Because I applied for one of the motels, for an event planner.
Yeah, you would be great at that. And you can do hotels too. In fact, how close are you to Charleston? Which is I love that city.
Like an hour.
Okay,
then that's where I applied for.
I'm good at my job. I'm so glad you like it. This is
the same as that thing. Everything you said, I have done tonight.
Thank you. I'm
That
so
is
glad.
amazing.
I want you to start thinking, because if we think of jobs as like, oh my gosh, I got to do this, or if we think of them as penance, then we'll get a job we don't like. You only live once, and you know, and I know, because I'm not 24 anymore. I'm 27. That was a lie.
Well, I'm 47, 48.
Okay. So we know that life goes by like this. You might as well have as good time as you can and make as much money as you can, because you have talent and people like you. And I think it's good for you to interact with people. You'd be a great, do you know the word concierge? Pick out a couple of, don't go downscale, go up market. And if you go up market,
Right.
dress very simply, because you have a natural elegance, and don't even bother contradicting me. I know I'm right. So wear simple makeup, cover your tattoos.
It's funny you mentioned that too. I started going in like wearing business suits.
Good.
Like I had no money. I went to Goodwill and found business suits.
You can go to the Goodwill where I live. I live in two places. I live in Maryland too. It's like a rich people Goodwill. I got like an Adolfo suit for $7. Goodwill rocks. It's so good.
Really? Yesterday I found a Victoria's Secret nightshirt, like a satin shirt is what I was wanting the night before, and I paid $4 for it, brand new.
Oh my gosh! So this is the other thing I want to tell you right now. And let me ask Dave, how much time do we have? Should I? Oh, great! So I'm going to stay with you, baby, because you're so wonderful. Is that all right? We got a minute and a half.
Okay.
Great, Christine. Is CHRISTINE?
CHRISTIE.
Oh, Christy. Oh, that's pretty. Okay, I like that.
Thank
we
you.
got a minute now. So 2 minutes. Sorry, I'm going to talk really fast because I'm a New Yorker and bossy, and also because I got a lot of info for you. I would say, I thought when I blocked my ex, and I broke up with him like the day before our anniversary, 6-year anniversary. I've never been happier. I can't understand it. I would block the person who puts you down and stuff. You'll be amazed. Taking charge of your own space and your own life. And I just feel this is a time when you can, before you go to bed at night, say, if you pray like, dear God, here's what I'd like to have happen tomorrow. And say it, it will happen. Like the Victoria's Secret nightshirt, which I think you went in there to find. And I'm going to say, let things be easier than you think they should be. Okay, my love?
Okay.
And let me know how you are. I got a Zoom end of the show, but I'm here 9 p.m. My name is Perry, P-E-R-I, Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S. And on Facebook, say hi. I love you. I love my viewers. I really do. And you're awesome. And it's going to be a really good year. Take that to the bank, okay? Tell me what happens.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Take care. Bye, baby. Okay, guys, I love my cherished ducklings. Come back next week because it's my job and I love my work and I love you. I really do. That color looks great on you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen. It's great to be here with you tonight. I always look forward to Wednesday nights and spending it with you. If you've been watching my show, you know that my theme for the year is how to make our light brighter, how to shine our light brighter, how to attract back what we put out. So I think I want to start by talking about that a little bit tonight. When we shine our light into the deepest parts of our self, which is our soul, it gives us access to hidden truths, or it helps us to remember who we are on a soul level. So I think for this upcoming week, I want to pull a card from my Keepers of the Light deck, and hopefully it'll be like our little mantra for the whole week, something we can work on. So I've been really drawn to the number 3. I've been seeing it a lot. I don't know, hearing it a lot. So I'm going to pull the card number 3. And then also maybe for a reader, it'll have some resonance for them as well. Oh, and also this is super weird. All week long, I have been hearing or seeing like old commercials or something for Mervyn's, the department store Mervyn's. I don't know. We don't even have them here anymore, and I don't know that you ever had them on the East Coast. But if that resonates with anybody, or if you know the name Mervyn, please email me, because I feel like I have a message for somebody. I just keep seeing this. But back to the number 3. So I'm going to pull a card from my Keepers of Light deck. And let's see, I'm just going to count out. 3. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. So it is called the Keepers of Light deck, right? But the card I pulled is light activation. And the message is to shine your light, and your internal guidance is coming through loud and clear. So what a beautiful message. Your internal guidance, that's your soul, your intuition, right? It's coming through loud and clear. So for this week, let's practice on listening to our soul, listening to our self, letting that be our guide, and let's see how we do, right? Intuition is so important. And so we'll practice that. You know what? This is also another synchronicity. I actually have a class coming up this weekend called Integrating Intuition into Your Daily Life. You don't have to want to be a psychic medium to join the class. It is for everybody. And it's just about how to learn to trust yourself, your intuition. When we do this, it helps us to gain clarity on our soul's path or purpose, helps us to learn to trust ourselves 100%, and it can help us to manifest our dreams. So it's important for everybody to develop their intuition. If you're interested, actually you can find the information on Eventbrite under my name, Medium Kelly Kristen, or on my website, which is also Medium Kelly Kristen. So there you go. I'd love to have you if you'd like to join. Let's see. You know what? I think let's go ahead and go to our caller, and we have Chris, I believe, from Salt Lake City. Can you hear me, Chris?
I can hear you. Are you there?
Great. Hi, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good.
Yeah,
How are
can
you?
you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Yeah, it's a little staticky,
Great.
but I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. How I was just going to ask you, how's the weather there? We've been having such crazy weather here in California. It's like a freeze warning, a blizzard warning. How's the weather in Salt Lake City?
We've had a bad snowstorm. It's been pretty bad this last 24 hours.
Oh gosh.
Are you,
Sorry to hear that, but say it again.
it is. It's bad.
Okay. And I'm so sorry, Chris. It seems like there's like a little bit of a lag, so we'll just do the best we can. But did you have a question for me, or how can I help you tonight?
I just want to see if things are going to get better for me in the future here. I've been through some crazy things, and I just want to see how things will turn out here shortly.
Okay, fair enough. That sounds, I can definitely try to help you with that. And then if I don't touch on an area that you would like me to, you can maybe let me know what area you'd like to go into, okay?
Okay.
So when I feel into you, I really feel like you are a person who is someone who is a big caregiver, almost to the point where it almost feels like it is almost depleting for you. So it feels like you give almost all of yourself without taking anything in return. Would you understand that?
Yep, right on.
Yeah. So, of course, I know you already know this, but it's very important to take care of yourself first, right? Before you can, help other people, just like they say to put on the, oxygen mask before you help someone else, right? On the airplane. But even saying that, I feel like it still would be hard for you to not want to help, to not give. Let me see if I can fill into that a little bit more. I also feel like there are some people around you who might be taking a little bit of your energy, more of your energy, more of your the light. If you heard me speaking about the light, taking a lot of your light instead of giving back the light to you. I know your question is when things will get better, or will they get better? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I do see a big shift coming for you. And I feel like a lot of it has to do with you setting the intention that you'll put up these boundaries so that you can have that time to replenish yourself. And I wonder if there are worries that are yours that there are things to worry about, but I feel like it might be like extra pressure on these worries. So what I mean by that is because of everything else that's going on around you on the outside, it causes more stress on you on the inside. And I wonder if you worry about things like it almost feels like something to do with in a way like with finances, but it's hard to explain what I'm talking about. It's like, not that you don't have the money, but it's like you worry about maybe having something come up where you would need to use the money that you have saved up. Would you understand that? Does that make sense at all?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So what I feel for that is, because it feels like you're a saver, right? And that you have a backup plan for if something goes wrong, but it feels like you're worried about something that's almost out of your control that might deplete those savings that you have. But what it feels like for me is that that's not something that you're going to have to worry about. It feels like you have been saving. It feels like you manage your money well. And so that's a worry that I feel like you don't need to maybe take on right now. I mean, for sure you're going to worry about it, but it's not extra worry, because it feels like things are going to smooth out. Like I almost feel like a spiral, like a coil, right? And I see it evening out. I feel like it straightens out. So I feel like, or if there's a knot in the string, I feel like the knot's going to come out of the string. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but what I'm trying to say is I feel like things will even out themselves, if you can understand that.
Yes. I'm hoping so, yes.
Yeah, it really feels like that. And it feels like almost if you can in some way not put the worry out there, if that makes sense to you, but more manifest instead positive thoughts. And I'm not saying that you're negative. I mean, we all do it, where we say, I can't do this, or I'm worried about, but instead saying, I'm going to be fine. Things are going to start working out for me. Those kinds of affirmations where when you put that out into the universe, things start to work more in your favor. Is there a topic that you wanted to go into that I didn't touch on that you want me to feel into?
Just a lot of family stuff, and I sometimes feel overwhelmed. I just need to know that it's all going to work out at the end. You know, I just want to feel like it's going to work out at the end.
Okay. And if I can leave you with this, I almost want to say, if you can, I felt the family, stuff, but if you can somehow separate yourself and a little bit, like, back away a little bit. And I feel like that's emotionally and physically and mentally and spiritually. I feel like that's going to give you that reprieve, that you can build up your energy again, because I do feel like that kind of is, sucking a lot of your light out of you, your energy. And I really do feel like within, let's say, the next 3, that's the number, right? 3 months, you're going to see a big change in the way things are going for you. It feels like things will be evening out a little bit. Okay.
Perfect. Yes, thank you.
Okay, and I hope that resonated with you. And just if you listen to me about shining your light bright, just putting out there what you would like to get back in return. And I feel like you do that already, right? It's not you. This is what I want to tell you. It's not you, but you can't maybe control how other people react. So as long as you keep being you and shining your light bright, and manifesting, putting those manifestations out there, like, I'm worthy of having a
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soulfully Guided on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
So hello everyone and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I am your host, Carmel Ann. So what we're doing is a 5-part series on substance abuse and drug addiction. So if you haven't been watching and want to watch, this is not something we will commonly do on the show, but we wanted to bring awareness to addiction from both sides, whether you use any substances or have an addiction, or whether you have a loved one or someone close to you that does. So our first episode started on the 8th of February, and look, today I am feeling very unwell. I've caught a bug, so please excuse me. Once again on this topic, I've kept my notes. But what we're going to talk about today is ways that I managed to quit my addiction. I had a 17-year drug addiction, which started as a party thing and escalated to a serious addiction. My addiction was not to feel the high, it was to numb the pain. Last week, what we did talk about, and excuse me if I read my notes, I'm really not 100%, and yesterday I spent all day in bed, so which did me the world of good. But last week we talked about things that tricked the brain out of addiction, tricking your brain out of thinking it needs something like as much as it needs air or food or, water, how to trick your brain. I would not recommend those techniques, but having said that, I would not promote creating a purposeful near-death experience to trick addiction. This is not a guaranteed approach, but for some, it really tricks and outsmarts the brain into putting it into survival mode and breaking the pattern of addiction to snapping reality into it and creating a fear of the drug in place of a dependence to it. I hope that makes sense. These were my notes that I was not meant to read off. So basically, experiences where they snap the brain out of that addiction, and instead of thinking it needs it to, it depends on it, it creates a different pattern instantly where it's scared to feel that again. That's very rare. It is possible, but it's not recommended to create scenarios like that. So look, for me, right up until the point that I was a non-addict, I personally don't have a date. I didn't record what date I quit. I don't know. I know the year, but not the day. I'm not a dates person, and I just don't celebrate it in that way. But I'm so proud when people say their one day or their 1 month or however many years. It's a really special thing to do. But for me, what worked for me to quit drugs, and I'm going to read you my note points. I want to make this as clear as possible, but there's so much noise around it. Combating drug addiction is not a simple step-by-step technique. It is not easy. It is close to impossible, and it will take the best of you and the worst of you, and it's destroying you and crushing you before it brings you into a better person. And it's not just the addiction that we overcome, it's thereafter, which we'll touch on next week, is mental health during and after a drug addiction. So first of all, I made a choice. I stuck to it. Does it mean I lapsed or relapsed? But I made that choice and I stuck to it. I figured out why I started using, and then I looked at all the voids in my life and how I used drugs to fill those voids. And then I tried other ways to fill those voids. Now, please bear in mind, this is very easy to say in a few words, but it is not easy to do in real life. So, I lapsed and relapsed. Once again, I made that choice to quit, and I did my very best to stick at it. I did not become my worst enemy. because that would have made it even harder for me. I found a drug counselor who had a personal experience. I don't know their story, but I didn't want someone that could recite a textbook page to me, or I wanted a person with real experience and real skill. So that was my quitting tribe, my partner and my counsellor who had personal experience in addiction. Once again, I started to work out why I used substances and ways to replace that with healthy ways. Because remember, when we quit, every instance that we are tested, like every day-to-day activity, every feeling, every challenge, every confrontation, everything that goes on in your life, your first thing to do is run to your joint or run to your substance of choice and take that, and that is your coping strategy. So you actually have to learn how to cope with real life. It's not just about quitting. It's about learning how to live as an adult, or, not having your one thing that you run to every time and not having that. Imagine something as little, if you're not an addictive person, imagine like a habit. Imagine you have a fun habit of going to a bingo, or, going out for a coffee once a week with a friend. Imagine just quitting that. And I know it's not a huge addiction or anything if it's your fun thing that you do, but imagine snapping out of that and not having that feeling of connection, or that feeling that, whatever that brings to your thing that you like to do once a week, or whether it's your coffee or catching up with a friend. Imagine you just snapped out of that on a basic scale and then multiply that by 1 million. Like, our dependency on drugs, as we've gone through in previous episodes, is a brain problem. It's also physiologically through the body, and also emotionally. So I had to slowly begin shifting my mindset. I didn't go to rehab. Unfortunately, I didn't have disposable funds available to me. Everything I had gone to my addiction. So I had no access to the public health system because there was a waiting list. So what I've written here is something about drug rehabs, is that also my issue with rehab centres is that the withdrawal process and the approach to quitting is standardised, not individualised, meaning it is a one-size-fits-all approach. Having said this, it is extremely hard to do a customised or individual withdrawal program for each individual person that attends a rehab centre. So basically, by what I'm saying by that is, when you do go to a rehab, it's sort of, a program that everyone follows, which is, it's really close to impossible to create something tailored to each individual's needs or emotional needs. And that's where the counselling and things like that come in. So unfortunately, not all of us have access to the funds needed to enter in an immediate private system. So I had my counsellor. That was my tribe. I also found my partner, who at the time was my partner, is now my husband. He somehow saw something worth fighting in me, and he saw the best in me. He saw something worth fighting for and keeping at my worst that nobody had seen in my best. So I don't want to devalue or bring a fairy tale to it that this man solved all my problems and is a dream come true. Not in that sense. I quit. I did the hard work, but I was for the first time given an ultimatum that, hey, you can, if you want to stop drugs, I would love to have a family with you and get married and settle down. So for me, that is ways that I started filling the voids and comparing what I had to where I wanted to be. It is not easy. Do not become your worst enemy, please. And one thing before we close up, I want to say, if you're trying to quit and you feel you really need a support around you, as well as mental, emotional, with family and friends, but also people you can heavily rely on that work within that industry, like a counsellor or a psychologist, but someone you feel deeply connected with, professional, or for their professional skill, and someone that you can count on. If you do have a feeling that you're going to lapse or relapse, I want you to not keep that in. It is completely normal. If you've been using a substance for a long time and that's your only way to to deal with life or live your life, then you're not going to just one day snap out of it and think, oh, I don't need it, I'm quitting, as if you're not going to feel like wanting it. It is your first resort in everything you do in life. So each time you try to quit, please know if you have the feeling that you want to use, that is completely okay. Do not keep it in. Do not leave it in like a dirty little secret, because it will eat away at you until you do lapse or relapse. If you have someone that you can simply let it off your shoulders and say, hey, I'm having a crap day today, I feel like using. And you know what? Talking or doing it in a way that feels emotionally connected to you to let it off your shoulders and out of your head will be more likely to combat that withdrawal and attack it from the source rather than go and relapse. So please be kind to yourself if you are using and you are trying to quit. These are the ways that worked for me. It was not easy, as I can, it wasn't easy. It's a lifelong battle to combat. And I think things just fell into place for me because I made that choice. I sort of stress throughout this course or throughout this series on drug addiction, family members, you cannot carry the weight, burden, or task of being the main everything, or you're not professionally, emotionally, or mentally equipped with the professional skills to combat a drug addiction. Let the professionals do that and find ways. You are entitled to whatever help you can get. If there is no access to the private system, please see what you can get from your public health system. Seek it from a doctor, and always use your help, your lifelines or your phone lines that will really help you, and find that community. You may feel alone, but please find ways to fill those voids so that they will support you out of your addiction, not keep you prisoner to it. So I hope this has been helpful for you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for letting me share my story confidently. And I'll see you next week for the effects of mental health on mental health and drug addiction during and after your addiction. Bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight from the great city of New York, where we get together for an hour every Wednesday to listen to me look through the magical window for you. That is the tarot deck here. That's shuffling up the cards there. That's we're going to be looking through tonight to find out what's going on in our lives, what's going on around the corners of reality, what's coming up in the future, and what we can do about it. Now, that's something I used to talk about quite a lot, but I don't think I've mentioned it in a while, which is people want to know why you bother looking into the future. Because the future is not written in stone. The future now is not the same future as the future 5 minutes from now, because 5 minutes from now, you're a different person. Now, that is a very bizarre concept, but if you couldn't do anything about the future, then there'd be no point in looking at it. And yet we can look at it through the tarot cards, and we can see what the influences are. If we can't necessarily see the outcome, but we can see what the outcome will be now. Once you have that information, you've changed. You're a different person. Your attitudes would be changed. You may not even be aware of it. And that future may no longer exist. It may exist somewhere else, but it's not going to happen to you. So if you, for instance, see that, well, I'll give you a perfect example. At the end of 2019, and by the way, my nose is still horrifically clogged up, so I sound like I've got a cold, I know, but I don't. It's just dry air here. At the end of 2019, you can go back to the archives at AskOneRadio.com and listen to some of the programming from, say, September, October, November, December, meaning the end of 2019. And you will hear that many of my readings, people got cards that indicated the end of one chapter in life and the beginning of another. A lot of that, an awful lot of that, to the point where I had to draw the assumption that something very strange was going to happen that was going to change everybody's life. And of course, by March of 2020, February of 2020, we were warned about that in the then President's State of the Union address. He mentioned a virus from China that nobody paid much attention to. And then in March, people started paying attention to it. By April, it was all over the place. April 2020, I was sick with this thing, and that knocked me out for a while. But everything got shut down, as you know, and I'm not going to go into the any political delving into was it right, was it wrong. The answers to that are quite apparent right now. But at the time, let's face it, this was a virus that nobody had ever contracted before. And I'm going to say this without any conspiratorial intent, but the only people who had gotten sick with this virus were in a laboratory in China. They, at the end of 2019, they found these workers were getting sick with a kind of a flu-like thing, and that's why it's called COVID-19. Not because there was a COVID 1 through 18, coronavirus disease 19, because it was discovered in 2019, and that's how they discovered it. And by the time, wherever it came from, the point was that nobody knew what to do about it because nobody had antibodies to it. Nobody had been exposed to it. So, you know, some people acted out of an abundance of caution, maybe overreacted, you know, better safe than sorry, would you say? I don't hold that against anybody, but the fact of the matter was this stuff is going on now. To this day, there are people who are still reluctant to let go of all of these restrictions. And the businesses were shut down. People were locked down, livelihoods were ruined. It really was a time of new beginnings, you know, because there were endings. And if you're lucky enough, when part of your life ends, another part begins. And that doesn't work that way for everybody. There's some people who can't do that. There's some people who just can't handle it. Change, there's no such thing as good or bad change in that sense. For years, I've been telling people there's these things called psychological stress units, which scientists use to measure the effect of change in people's lives. And for instance, the units of psychological stress you endure for getting a divorce are the same. It's the same amount as getting married. So you see, the stressor doesn't, you can ignore the stressor and just realize that there's stress. And a lot of people aren't made to handle stress. There's some people who thrive on it. In fact, I think we all know people who create stress all the time. It's highly addictive, stress, because of the chemicals that your body releases under stress. And to throw an entire population into a state of panic and stress is a very irresponsible thing to do if you don't have, let's say, an overriding reason to do it and do it temporarily. Because, for instance, I'll give you the Cold War as an example. The people who were in power spent years getting people terrified of the Soviet Union when the Soviet Union could barely make enough toilets for their own population, and they were terrified. I go into this in my book. Reverend Elliott explains it all, because it almost destroyed the presidency of President Eisenhower when the Soviet Union put Sputnik, the first man-made satellite, into orbit. People here were going berserk because they felt that the evil people over there were going to control the world from outer space. Well, of course, the president, Eisenhower, didn't really react to it at all, because he knew what all presidents at the time knew, was that that was a practically bankrupt country, and the money that it took them to put that thing up into space and the resources it took to do that was about all they had. So he didn't react in terror and panic. But to this day, I mean, there are still people to this day who are terrified of the Soviet Union, and there is no Soviet Union. So you got to be very careful when you scare people. And sometimes you do want to scare people enough to shock them into action, maybe. But when you go too far, that's terrorizing people. And there are still some unfortunate people who live in a state of terror when exactly what scientists said in 2019 was going to happen with this virus has happened, which is that it will mutate to a highly contagious but very mild form. That's what they do. That's how viruses mutate. There is no fear that it was going to mutate into something that eats your body and leaves you in a pool as a sludge of gray matter. No, it doesn't work that way. Viruses, to survive, they said in about 3 years, they said this at the end of 2019, in about 3 years, we'll have variants of this virus that are highly contagious. Everybody will catch it, and it'll be like maybe a cold. And that's it. And that's where we've been. But there are people now. For instance, New York State just lifted the mask mandate under many circumstances. And there are people in the street demonstrating against that, screaming, "You're going to kill us." Now, I'm not going into the science of this or that, because it's not worth discussing. It's like arguing religion at this point in time. But I just want to make the point that the tarot cards showed me in 2019 that something life-changing was coming, and that's what it's done. And look, and I'm using these examples not to put people down, but to just say this is how they've changed their lives. Their lives have been changed, and I could see that for almost anybody I read here on Ask One Radio and people I read for privately, was that there's going to be big changes. Some people took advantage of that to change themselves for what they perceived as the better, see, and other people, well, here in New York, there was an increase in the number of people who killed themselves during the whole lockdown phase. It was just awful. And the only reason we know about that is that people in the neighborhoods where it happened reported on it, but media people were told not to cover. Now, I'm a person who's got media contacts. I've been in news media for years. In fact, I'm one of the people whose businesses was shut down and destroyed by the lockdowns. My wife and I ran a newspaper for 20-odd years. And that was contingent upon people going out and getting the newspaper. And everyone was locked down, you see, and all the advertisers were locked down, and everyone was put out of business. So it was time to change. So we changed. And that's what you can, if you can see, I'm taking the scenic route here, right? But the point was, if you can look in a deck of cards, tarot cards, and you can see that there's a period of change and transition coming in your life, maybe you can have a little bit of an advantage there without having it forced on you if you know it's coming. So you can have it go the way you want it to go, at least as much as you can control. We don't really control that much as we think we do in our lives, which is the way it goes. I mean, I love it here when people refer to, well, you got to control your own destiny. You can't do that. It's not your destiny then if you can control it, you see. But do you believe in destiny? Do you believe in the appointment in Samara? Do you believe that everything that is going to happen has already happened and we can't do anything about it? If so, then what's the point of any of this? But I don't believe that. I do think that we create reality as we go along. Now that will require a couple hours of speaking, and maybe we can do, I keep threatening to do webinars, but maybe that would be a good one to do, which is, what is the point of magical work if everything is preordained? Because there are people who believe that everything happens all at once. There was the Big Bang and it all happened simultaneously, and we're just watching it unfold now. Time is just the way we make sense of everything. Personally, I think time is just the way we develop time so that we don't miss lunch. That's neither here nor there. But you see, that's why we look at the future. That's why we want to see what's coming up. I have had a few little health problems, nothing major. Mostly it's just seeing annoying doctors. I think there's doctors out there who are trying to plan the size of the yacht they're going to buy from seeing me. But they are helping me, and I just, if I've fallen behind in some of my readings for people, I know that people have called me and reached out to me for readings, and they've been very patient and very understanding when I explain I'm going through this medical lunacy, and I just want to get it out of the way, and then we'll go back to some more readings. But it's clearing up, so if you do want to get in touch with me off the air for a reading, my readings start at $10. You can find out more about the readings by going to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. You can tool around there, look at a whole bunch of stuff at that website, but the information about readings is at the home page, so you'll see it right away. And I'll be more than happy to make arrangements with you to do a reading with you. And I know that a lot of people aren't going to get through tonight, especially if I keep babbling like this. Nobody will get through tonight. But I know that it's also inhibiting for a lot of people to talk in front of a few million people around the world. There, did I just lose some people now because I said that? But so my hat's off to you, just for calling and talking publicly on S1 Radio. That's good for you. You got guts, because someday I'll tell you the story about how I became a public speaker and how terrified I was of the whole thing. And I'll tell you the worst thing that ever happened to me while I was a public speaker. But we'll save that for another time, because that's about me and this show is about you. So why don't we do this? Why don't we ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space and pull back the magical curtain on the magical window for Mylin in Richmond, British Columbia. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes, thank you so much for taking my call.
Well, that's what I'm here for. I'm glad you could get in tonight. What can I look at for you?
I just wanted some advice on a career.
Okay.
For a career.
Well, I'll shuffle up the cards and see what I get. If it's about career and money, we should be getting some very clear evidence of that. Well, there we are. There's the 2 of rods. The rods are career. That's about waiting for something to happen. Like you've done the work you need to do to prepare for something, and you're just waiting for it to bear fruit. Now, the next card is interesting, because whatever the situation is now, it's going to change. Because that's the Wheel of Fortune. That means the situation is going to change. It's going to change rather radically, in fact, because the next card is the Tower struck by lightning. So that means a sudden, unexpected change. What comes after that is fascinating. What comes after that is a possibility of new work in career, which is the Knight of Rods. Knights are new beginnings, as opposed to old beginnings, right? Knights are beginnings. And then there's the 6 of Coins, which is about a potential income stream and money coming your way. And emotional happiness is there. That's the 9 of Cups. And the 9 of Rods is here. That means you're ready for what's coming. You're prepared. So you've been waiting. You're waiting for something to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen fairly soon, and it's going to come out of the blue. Something unexpected is coming that's going to result in an opportunity for something new in terms of work and career. There'll be a good offer of money with that, and you will be very satisfied with it. And you're prepared for it is the main thing. That's also like the 2 of Rods indicates a person who has done the work and is waiting for the results. The 9 of Rods is the person who is completely prepared. who's been around. That person sometimes on some decks has a bandage on her head, meaning you've been through the battles of life and you're still here and you've succeeded. So yeah, I'm seeing good things coming your way in terms of work. The situation that you're in now will change, and it'll change for the better.
Okay, so is there like a timeline that you can see?
Well,
happen?
it's in the works now. And I'm making that judgment because the Wheel of Fortune is here, which is about change, and the Tower of Struck by Lightning is here. And the two of those both indicate change, and together it shows that it's going to happen really fast. So it's coming soon. But the main thing is you're prepared for it. Here's a page of rods. Again, that's the pages are beginnings also, but the real appearance of it. I mean, the knight in the court cards is the theoretical appearance of something. The page is the physical reality of it being there. So yeah, you're definitely going to get an offer of some sort or create one yourself, but there's going to be a new career line opening up for you, and it will be very good for you. You'll be happy at it too. It's going to be emotionally fulfilling and financially fulfilling too. Okay.
Oh, wow. Sounds amazing. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. You're headed for a good time. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I sound like that kid in the fourth grade who always had a cold and had to blow his nose. It's so funny because I'm sure that given, as we were talking about, everybody is health conscious, rather disease conscious. I sound like I'm sick, but I'm not. I checked with the physicians and they assure me it's dry air. You see what I mean? It's a hard time breathing, so I'll be taking some decongestant later. And by the way, speaking of the air, I would like you to join me in this. I'm going to do this after the show, and maybe you'll do this too at some point in the next few days. We all need to send some positive energy out to the people in East Palestine, Ohio, where they are going through a living hell, and they are really scared, and they don't know if their town is going to be evacuated like Chernobyl, because of the train wreck that was pretty much like what was that? About 12 days ago it happened. It was pretty much ignored, but it left a toxic cloud, which is at the moment reportedly killing pets, fish, livestock. These people are scared, and rightly so. So I am going to be lighting a white candle later on to focus on sending positive energy to those folks out there. It'd be great if you could do it too, if we could all do it together. Now, this is not by any means a substitute for hazmat groups coming in and cleaning up. Let's be clear. But I'd like to give some sort of emotional, psychic support to these folks who are not doing well mentally and emotionally because they're scared, and they should be scared because it's scary. I can't get any more clear than that, right? So we could do that. We could keep them in our thoughts, yes, but do something concrete. Like I am going to burn a white candle, and I'm going to send positive energy to all the folks out there who've been negatively affected by that train crash. Lord knows I'm not going to be able to do anything for the people positively affected by it, because I don't know if there are any such critters out there. But let's all get together and do that. There was a time a while back when I asked the audience here to do some positive energy work for a friend of mine who was going through some troubles. And she reported the most phenomenal feeling of energy and positivity that ever happened. And yeah, you guys came through and did a wonderful job. So let's see if we can all work on sending some positive energy to the people in Ohio whose future is in grave doubt right now. And they're just, eventually they will probably, we hope, get the physical help they need, but let's give them some spiritual support, okay? Carla in New Orleans is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, Carla. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good, good. What can I look at for you?
Well, I was wondering if you could connect to my late husband and just let me know if you feel connected with him.
Okay, let's see. When I get requests for readings like this, there are certain cards I look for to indicate if I'm getting the message or not. So let's see what we get. And if I don't get one of those, well, that's pointless now because I just got one of the cards. I was going to say if I don't get one of those cards, then we'll just try it again. The first card I have is the High Priestess, and that's one of the cards that's exactly what I was looking for. The High Priestess is the person who can see behind the veil being that separating this world and the next world. This is what's fascinating to me, is because I get this all the time when I do readings like this. And that is, the first card here is a card of sorrow and sadness. That's the Nine of Swords. That comes up almost every single time, indicating that I understand. It's as if the message is, I understand that this is painful for you. It's painful for me too. All the other cards are cards of health and healing and growth and happiness. And the message is, I'm doing very well where I am. That spiritually I'm growing, because that's the sun. The sun is about healing and growth. The Judgment card here, that shows, that's a reference to final judgment, and that shows a new life beginning. And then there's the Nine of Cups, which is about emotional satisfaction. So while it's difficult, while it's very difficult because there's the pain of loss, here it is again. It's the Three of Swords. That's a very sad card. There's always the sadness there in these readings. But the message I get is, I'm doing okay. Now, here's an interesting one. It's the Hermit card. And the Hermit is a card that shows a person who's watching over other people, has a lantern and guides people. I would say this is saying, I'm watching, I'm there, I can see. Okay?
Okay. Right. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
The message that I'm getting through here is the sadness and the pain and loss and sorrow, and saying that, but spiritually I'm doing fine, and I'm watching. Okay.
Thank you. All right. You have a good evening.
Thank you. Bye now. Let's shuffle up the cards again. You guys have been keeping me busy. I've been going back and forth to the post office, mailing books out to people. I like to see that, not just because I like selling things, which don't get me wrong, it's fun to sell things, but I keep the prices as reasonable as possible. The book prices have been going up. They've gone up like 3 times. I mean, the cost for my making the books, but I try not to raise the prices. We've had postage increases. I try to keep the prices pretty reasonable. And I always let people know that you can get any books that I have for sale, with the exception of the tarot book. And I'll tell you why later. You can get that for 15% off with a special code if you buy it direct from the printing plant, which is, see, the price at Amazon is higher. A lot of people buy through Amazon, but I have to charge more for a book at Amazon. I don't want to, but that money doesn't get to me because Amazon, they take a nice bite out of it, and the postage rates have gone up too there, but their shipping prices haven't gone up at Amazon, which is nice. But I still think that the best way to get any of the books that I mentioned here on the show would be to go through mojoacademy.org, which is the website I have that offers you Amazon. But if you look around, you'll see it's right there. I don't hide it. Obviously, I'd be an idiot to hide that. You can get it right from the printing plant. You can get any of these books, except the tarot book, as I said. You can get any of these books for 15% off. And I strongly recommend doing that. That's the best way to do it. The reason you don't get the tarot book is that if you get it from the printing plant, you would only get half the book in a sense, because the whole book package has a CD with it that has tarot readings on it that illustrates points in the book. If you want to learn about tarot, and I don't mean just like this card means that and that card means this and here's what I mean. If you want to have a holistic approach to tarot and read about my adventures in tarot and get all the basic information anyway, on top of it, I do recommend that book, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which is dedicated to you, the Ask One Radio audience, because you inspired me to do it. I strongly recommend that book. It's a fun book, and it'll teach you a lot of stuff about tarot. And you can do what I do, and then you can replace me and leave me destitute. Yeah, go ahead. That's gratitude for you. But you bought the book, you're entitled to do it. It's called Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. You can find it at mojoacademy.org, and you can find it at amazon.com. And it's, as far as I know, it's the only book that comes with a CD of actual readings. I suppose today people would do that, play it on a computer. But I may have to switch that and make it have it come with a thumb drive, because I don't think people use CDs that much anymore. Well, Ginny in California is on. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, aside from a clogged nose that's more annoying than it is anything else.
Oh,
doing fine.
Sinus allergies.
Yeah. Oh, let me tell you, I had no idea what allergies were like until some years ago. I had pneumonia. And then I found out that one of the side effects of having had pneumonia is it leaves you with allergies. And I was thinking, what the heck is this? People go through this all their lives?
Oh, yes.
Oh, bad.
Oh, yes.
Bad news. Just another example of a selfish guy who doesn't give anyone any thought until it happens to him, right?
No, you just don't think it can happen to you until it does. That's selfishness has nothing to do with it, I don't feel.
Well, I'm just glad that I got by without getting killed by pneumonia, because the doctor. When I had pneumonia, and the doctor turned to me and said, in front of my wife, she says to me, "There's every reason to believe that you'll pull through." And I took what little breath I could manage, and I said, "Don't tell me that. Tell her that. Tell me I'm going to be fine. If I die, I won't hold it against you." So, but yes, but that was the bad part of having pneumonia, is that it left me with allergies. The good part about having pneumonia is I can recognize pneumonia when it comes, and it came at me 2 more times in my life, and I was able to nip it in the bud real fast. It's not fun. So anyway, enough about my nose. What's going on with you? What would you like me to look at?
Okay, I'm actually, Elliot, I'm looking for information on my biological father.
Okay. What do you want? Do you want like a personality description, or what are you looking for precisely? This sounds like the kind of thing that we'd take a real in-depth look, like off the air. But what would you like to look at the moment about it?
Well, actually, I don't really know who he is, and I want to know, like, basically, did he know about me? Did he have another family? Was he in a long-term relationship with my mother, or was it just something that happened and maybe he didn't know about me? Just things like that. I don't know if you can do that on the air or not.
Well, there are things I can do. For instance, and this is fascinating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 cards here.
Okay.
Every one of them. Are you familiar with tarot?
A little bit, not real familiar.
Okay, there are wands, there are cups, there are coins, and there are swords, and each represents other things. Each represents a phase of life. All of the cards I got for you for this reading, every card I have is a sword card.
Oh boy.
Now, beyond
Is that
that,
a good thing?
it can be good and it can be not so good. And I'm telling you that you got a mixture here. You have two of the saddest cards in the deck are here. I'm taking a look at this person, remotely. We're going to do a little spy act here on this person.
Okay.
What I'm seeing is an overwhelmingly sad person. This was the events surrounding your birth and the relationship out of which you came was a sad one. It was almost overwhelming, and I'm seeing, and I'm just looking at his point of view. I mean, this could be wrong. You know what I mean? This could just be about how he sees it. But it was much trouble. It was painful. It was hurting. It was just sorrow, and he didn't know what to do about it. Is what I'm seeing. Now, there's an interesting card here. In the middle of all this, though, I have the card of the Hierophant, which indicates marriage. So there was a marriage potential there. Or there could have been a marriage. But there's a Justice card here, which also has a sword on it, oddly enough. See, swords are the predominant theme here for some reason. We're looking at a person, an unhappy person, a person who was not happy in many, many, many ways. And that's just the bare part that I see.
Okay. Could he have been a close familial relative to my mother?
Who is the she you're referring to? Because I'm looking at. No, I mean I'm looking at the. What I'm looking at is the person who would be your biological father, and I'm seeing that there was a great deal of sadness in that person's life. I'm not getting any indication of any other relationship except that there was a possibility of marriage that may or may not have been done. But see, here's
I don't really have any clue.
Here are more sword cards. I'm just seeing that there was just. It did not look like a very healthy, happy relationship. And again, I'm only looking at his point of view, what I'm seeing. And it was just very sad, all around sadness. Now that I don't know if that helps you or not, but that's about all I can see at the moment. Because I'm shuffling them and doing it again, and I'm getting the same cards.
Huh. I see. Yeah, I just again, I don't know who he is. I don't even know if he's still living. I'm presuming he is not, given my age, and I was born in '54, so I seriously doubt that he's still alive.
Sure.
Is there any? I mean, I don't know. I just wondered if he knew about me, and again,
I'm getting
if he had a.
I'm getting indications that he didn't. I'll tell you why. Yes, I'll tell you why. Because you asked this a moment ago, and I pulled out a card, and then I shuffled them, and I got the same card again. And this card is a sword card again, but the person in the card is blindfolded. So I'm pretty comfortable with the idea that he didn't particularly know. Now I have the death card here, so that may be in response to what you said about him no longer being living.
I don't know, because I don't know who he is. And
I know.
My mother told me it was someone else, and that turned out not to be who it was.
Well,
Through
there's
DNA.
family secrets for you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens when you, okay.
I mean, look, I came from a family that was very secretive also. I mean, I don't even know if half my family knows my mother's actual name, which, this is a very eerie kind of thing. Secrets are not my favorite thing, if you know what I mean.
No,
Well,
So you're saying he didn't? Okay.
I'm not. My indication is that it's a strong possibility that he didn't know, because I'm getting that person. I got it twice. The blindfolded person, in response to you saying that. So I'm taking that as a direct answer.
Okay. Can you give me kind of any characteristic, like physical characteristics?
No, that I couldn't do.
Okay. All right. Okay.
You know, let me try this, because try this. There are interesting people. Let's try on the assumption that the person has probably passed away. There are people at Ask One Radio who specialize in mediumship, which I don't. I can do it with the tarot is clear and it gives me some messages. But there are people who are really expert at it at Ask One Radio. See if you can find somebody in the lineup who appeals to you who does that, okay?
Okay, because see, I had originally requested, not that I have anything against you, because I don't even know you, but I had originally requested someone else, and it was a female, and that's who I originally requested. So I know I think you have to wait for like a week or something before you like ask for another reading.
Yeah, it should. The thing is that, because it's a very difficult thing to try to get the person you want, and I understand that a lot of people who get me don't have a clue who I am, but I hope I win them over a little bit. But yeah, I think
what you told me is interesting, and I kind of felt like he didn't know. I'm feeling a lot of things, but and then my mother just passed too, and my mother wasn't, again, the most truthful, and she did have her secrets, and
the thing. Let me do this. The thing about calls here, and we only have a few minutes for each call anyway. Calls do go in the order in which they're received, so it's kind of a luck of the draw. But you can find, if you find somebody and you listen to their shows, and that person interests you, almost everybody here does work off the air. And this is a large order you're talking about. So I think it might be worth your while to contact one of these people and see about a private reading off the air. Would take about a half hour or so, where they could just focus on you. Okay?
Okay. All right.
Because doing it on the air may not be the way to go, because this is a very complex thing you're looking for.
I know that. And
so check them out. And let me tell you one thing, you can at least be sure of one thing, that if you get the person through Ask One Radio, that you're going to get an honest reading here and a straightforward person who cares about what you're doing. Because if they don't, nobody on Ask One Radio is the kind of person who doesn't care. So that's the thing. I mean, there are places where there's people who are just trying to hustle you in and out for the money. I mean, we all know that. Same thing goes if you're buying a car, let's face it. But you really can put yourself in the hands of the people here, because first of all, you know where to find them, and secondly, they care. So give it a shot, okay?
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Elliot. Good luck selling your books. I was listening to your book.
Thanks.
So.
Thanks. You can find the books at mojoacademy.org. There's always something there that'll help somebody. Okay. Thanks a lot. It's been great talking to you. And I think you're going to find what you're looking for. I really do. Thanks for calling.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye now. And let's go to Jillian in New Jersey. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Good.
Good. Well, let's see if we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
I'm kind of.
Oh, there you.
I'm kind of looking into any messages from my mom. She passed away 3 years ago unexpectedly, and we're still in the process of figuring out things of what could have happened, and I just felt her a lot around me in the beginning, and I haven't, and I just needed some any guidance or anything you can help me
Well, the first, as you're talking, I pull out the card, which is the Temperance card, and that shows a big, nice, happy angel who helps balance life and helps things get into balance. So that's good. That's a good sign there. The this is just remarkable because this happened in almost every reading I do, which concerns a person who has passed, and to see if there's a message, I get this card, which is the Sun, which is a card of health and healing and growth and happiness. So if the message is saying, I'm here, I'm doing fine, and you'll be fine too, is definitely the message here. The Temperance card shows me that this angel is going to help bring you balance back. You're feeling unbalanced ever since it happened. It's only been 3 years, right? That's you're talking about a lifetime together, and then 3 years, that's nothing, right? So you're still feeling. You're still feeling the loss, and you probably always will, to some degree, feel that loss. That's the card here. That's the Three of Swords, which is a heart pierced by swords, and the heart is crying. So that's the pain, and yet the message is, I'm here, and I'm here, and I'm healing and growing, and spiritually, I'm balanced. You'll be balanced. You know, it's a mixture. It's the usual. This is the thing that almost every one of these readings comes out this way. There are 2 sad cards here and 2 cards of balance and joy and happiness and healing. So that's the message. The message is, yes, we're both very sad about this. That's the duality, the 2 cards. And we're both going to grow through this, is the answer. Okay?
Okay.
So it's a very simple message here, which is that there's a combination of pain, and yet there's growth and happiness. Obviously, nobody's happy about all of the suffering, but there's healing is a more precise word for what that card means. In fact, here's the 10 of Cups, which shows a happy family and a rainbow and joy. So I don't think you're alone. I really don't. I do think that you're being watched over at this point, whether you feel it or not. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to light a white candle for you to send you positive energy at the end of the show, because that could help the spirit contact. And let me know if you hear anything, if you feel anything change. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye now. Let's shuffle up the cards. These are very strange readings. When I started doing them, I couldn't understand why I keep getting the saddest cards in the deck and the happiest cards in the deck, and that still happens. I remember the first time, I never even tried to do a reading like this until somebody at Ask One Radio here asked me to do it. And ever since then, I've been doing them, and it's always the same. It's always the same. One time it was different, actually, and that was a very, very personal and painful message, so that I told the person that I would rather tell you off the air. And we talked in private about it a day later. But generally, these afterlife readings go the same way, which is that sometimes they'll show a person who passed away under really horrible circumstances, but that's immediately followed by cards of healing and health and growth. You see, this is very odd how that it always works out that way, except for that one time I mentioned. It's almost as if the spirit message is that it's okay, that this is part of life. This happened to me. There's really nothing we can do about it at this. We're all going to face that journey. That's for sure. I'm not exactly thrilled by it, but who knows, when I get to be a touch older, perhaps, maybe I'll be ready for it. I don't know. I mean, it's we can all agree that there are people taken too soon from us. sometimes there are people in our lives who I've known people in their 90s and they left a big gap. You can enjoy that you were with them, but still, that's how it goes. Let's see if we can get another call in. That's how it goes. Isn't that very surprising, right? Let's see. Let me see if I can. We have one more call here. Juliet in England is here. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, how are you today?
Not brilliant, but it's just one of them things, isn't it?
Yeah. So what would you like to look at? I've got a couple of minutes.
Okay, then. Can you have a look at my spirituality?
Well, let's see. I think you should know something about it, but what would you like to know about your spirituality? I've got here. Well, let's say I got here the Strength card. You're a very strong person. The 7 of Rods. You're a person who can sweep away adversity. The 10 of Cups. You're a person who can enjoy happiness. The 4 of Swords shows me that you're able to take time out for yourself. Do you meditate?
Yes, I do.
Well, there's that card. That's what that is. The Hierophant is a card of religious authority. So then religion and spirituality go hand in glove. So that's there. And there's the Magician, that you're a person who can take power, spiritual power from above and apply it here practically down on the earth. Are you a spiritual worker?
Yes, I am.
Oh, see, that's the card of the spiritual workers. That's why I asked you that, because you can translate that into earthly power, and you do very well at it. That's what I'm seeing. Let me ask you this: are you shy about getting paid for doing spiritual work?
You know what? It's funny you're talking about that, because I'm in between regarding work with something like that. Yeah, funny you saying that. Yeah.
Okay, because there are a lot of people who think that you shouldn't get paid for doing this kind of stuff, and I can only quote a great spiritual writer who long ago pointed out that there's such a thing as the spiritual economy, and that if you're worth your labor, you're worth your keep. So don't be shy about charging. Don't charge an arm and a leg. Keep the prices fair. But you have every right to ask for payment for what you're doing, because you put a lot of yourself into it. And here's the Page of Coins, and that's the appearance of money is strange. So that's why I asked that, is because I saw cards of reluctance there.
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
You have to go quickly because I'm almost out of time. I got about a minute left.
Okay, sorry. Regarding my relationship.
I see that there's a relationship that is either just recently ended or is about to end, and something new will be coming. Now, I hate to leave you on that note. It'll be good. It's the Ace of Cups, so that's a good one. But I've got to run now, okay? So thanks a lot for calling.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Elliot.
Bye-bye
Thank you. Bye.
And that's it, folks. That's it. Another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, show 72,842,963. Or something like that. So let me just wrap it up a little bit by saying that I'll be back next week, of course, at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. You can find me on social media at Reverend Elliot's Tarot Consulting page at Facebook. I have a Twitter page, which about 3 people pay attention to. I'm not big on Twitter because I don't want to get into political arguments just to get clicks. What else is there? I'm on MeWe, which always sounds to me like an annoyed French person, but it's a different kind of social media. It's have a slight presence there, but mostly I've got loads and loads of people, nice people, kind people. You'll meet people with the same interests as you at Reverend Elliot's Tarot Consulting page at Facebook. Give that a shot. If you want a reading off the air, or if you want to just contact me, you can get to me at asktarot@earthlink.net. Asktarot, ASKTAROT, at earthlink.net. Be sure to check out mojoacademy.org for the best in occult books and audio and video. Yes, video. And magic-works.com is my main website, magick-works.com. I'll be back next week. See you then. Bye-bye.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you live tonight from the rather frigid city of New York. Now, there are no frigid cities. There are just clumsy men, right? That's the old saying. Now, it's cold here again. I don't know why. It was like 70 degrees a few days ago. So now it's cold again. But hey, we're coming into March. We're getting into Lent now. We're getting Mardi Gras. Is that over now? Have enough people been shot? Is Mardi Gras officially over? I have no idea. I used to want to go to Mardi Gras, but, you know, for some reason I don't do much traveling. I'm a typical New Yorker. When I travel, no matter where I go, all I run into are New Yorkers. So I just gave up on it. I mean, the idea, I used to hang around in a bar here on 57th Street. And I went to a bar in L.A., and I saw the same people. I literally saw the same people, the same exact people. And the bar on 57th Street was called Kennedy's, and they all looked and said, "Oh, welcome to Kennedy's West." You know, it was the damnedest thing. I mean, I can't. There's no. I went to Atlantic City one time. I was a writer on a show, playing at the Trump Plaza, and I said to that guy, I said, "Mr. Trump, you're going places." That the whole idea that I had, well, I spoke to him through my lawyers, but that's a whole other story. And what did I see in Atlantic City on the boardwalk? People from New York, you know, people I knew from New York, and I'm so tired. To me, of the times I've traveled, I associate it with one expression: "What are you doing here?" That's, you know, that's it. It's like not going anywhere. What is the point of traveling if I see the same people wherever I go? I think it's some kind of conspiracy. I don't know. But we are here to discuss the deeper spiritual things in life, the mystical things, the things that the tarot can show us. Now, there are limitations. And for instance, there are things that the tarot cannot show. And that would be, for instance, the most profound mystery of all. And when I shuffle off this mortal coil, and I have a chance to interrogate the Almighty, who theoretically knows who I am, but you never know. You didn't used to be bald. That's what I'm expecting the Almighty to say when he or it looks at me. But I do have a few questions about life on Earth. There are a few mysteries that I've never been able to work through. Profound spiritual things like, why can I eat a half pound of chocolate and gain 12 pounds? How does that work? Doesn't physics call that impossible? And yet there it is. Half pound of chocolate. Next thing you know, the buttons are busting on my shirt. No. Then I have to spend a whole bunch of weeks eating watercress. How did that happen? I know it's just as natural to lose weight as it is to gain weight, but I assure you one is more pleasurable than the other. The results are better with the unpleasurable one, but it's not as much fun. And as I get older, I find that I can do fewer and fewer things that were fun in my youth. For instance, I've abandoned cigarettes. I did that long ago. Man, I abandoned cigarettes partly because of something a doctor told me. I used to smoke a couple of packs of non-filtered cigarettes a day. My voice was very high before that. And he looked, he was examining my chest x-rays, and he says, well, from what I see here, you better give up smoking now. And of course, the blood drained from my face. And I said, what do you see, Doc? And he said, nothing. That's why you should stop now. You've dodged a bullet. And so there it goes. That was the way it used to be. I had the legendary privilege of holding the record among New York City comedy clubs for drinking the most martinis in a single night. Well, just looking at one now is going to wipe me out for a few days. Yeah, this getting old thing isn't all it's cracked up to be. But like they say, it beats the alternative. One of the things I've been meaning to talk about, and I haven't gotten around to, and it plays a very important part in the thing we're going to do tonight, which is look through tarot cards to see what's going on in our lives, is the word trust. Obviously, there are people who trust me because they will call me. They'll pay me at times to look at the future, to look at not even the future, but the present. That's the other thing. We're so accustomed to looking at tarot cards to see the future, but we can use them to see what's going on in our lives now, sort of like an espionage thing. If you suspect trouble at work being made by somebody, we can look at that person and see what that person is doing. If you want to know what's going on with someone in your life that you don't particularly trust 100%, and let me tell you, a lot of times people are pleasantly surprised by what the cards show. You can do that too. But trust is the important thing. And I've been spending a lot of time thinking about that because I think it's safe to say, especially over the past couple of years, where the stories have gone back and forth, that trust, the trust of the people in certain governmental institutions is at an all-time low. I mean, when the general public's response to a warning concerning a deadly disease is to laugh, then you know that there's a communications and a trust issue. We just saw, and like I said, I don't hold anything against people for what they did at the beginning of this outbreak of disease, because it was a novel disease. It was called novel coronavirus, meaning nobody ever had the virus before. So chances are they didn't know how to handle it particularly well, but it simmered down. But there are some people who won't let go, especially the fear. This is a topic I get into a lot. It's fear. But the opposite of fear, it may be opposite, or let's say shackled to it, is trust. The studies are coming in again, saying what the New England Journal of Medicine said in February of 2020, that these cloth face masks don't do anything to prevent the disease. They just don't. But you see, it's taken on the aspect of religion now, and that is a sacrament. And there are people who will not let go. And fine, you want to wear a mask, go for it. But if somebody came out and told you that they do work and they do prevent illness, would you trust that? Would you believe it? Because that's what we were told. We were told for years. They don't work. They do work. They don't work. 2 work. 3 work. They don't work. Well, the results are in. They didn't do anything. They didn't stop anything. And of course, that was from the beginning. That's what they knew. So why it was done, nobody knows. But it was a sort of a mania, and it took hold. And to me, the most bizarre thing about it was I remember a magazine that had a headline: the anti-vaxxers have a new conspiracy theory called natural immunity. Well, folks, natural immunity is that's how our bodies work. It's normal. In fact, when you lose your acquired immunity, you're in big trouble. That led to one of the funniest things. Well, to other people, I didn't find it amusing. But this is, talk about aging, right? So I go to a doctor about 1.5 years ago, and I'm asked a certain question about, which I'm not going to ask the question now, nor am I going to answer it. But I said to the doctor, I had measles in 1964, and measles is the most contagious virus we've got going on the planet. And I've never caught it again since then because I trust my immune system. And she looked at me and said, "You actually had measles?" as if I'd said I had wooden teeth or something. It was just, you actually were treated with leeches? I felt so old at that point. You actually had. I realized this doctor had never encountered a person who had measles. Well, there you go. So that's a matter of trust. We had, for instance, the head of the Centers for Disease Control issued an apology saying that she had done things very wrong, but of course that didn't include a resignation. So do you trust her? And I wanted to, and I've been thinking about this for the last couple of years, because that's the kind of compulsiveness I've got, which is I like to run things down to the root. And I think I found the moment at which the population not only lost trust in the government, but lost trust in news media. Remember, we used to trust the news in this country. Hey, look, it was in the Times, man. That's what people would say. The equivalent today is, well, you could Google it, which is the kind of thing that makes me just want to slap somebody. You could Google it. You could Google it. That just means I've lost the argument. And the argument is always an interesting thing, because I never can tell the difference. I think I'm in a conversation and it turns out I'm in an argument. One of those, we've all had those. And when it ends with, well, you can Google it, that should be the ending, because then you just turn and walk away. You've been there, done that, goodbye. But we had faith. I knew people who had such faith in the news that they figured that if it was in the news and in newspapers, it had to be true, because it was illegal to print stuff that wasn't true. I know many people who believe that. And to this day, they believe, for instance, that you can only print truth in a newspaper. Well, of course, the Supreme Court has upheld lying as a protected form of speech. This goes back to a case that involved the critic Rex Reed and Joan Hackett, the actress who is in Support Your Local Sheriff. She was a cabaret singer also here in New York, and Rex Reed wrote a devastating review of her, and he criticized her choice of sequence of songs. And she had absolute proof, and she sued him, and had absolute proof that she brought into court that he lied, that the sequence of songs that he criticized her for was not what she had used. And the judge said it didn't matter. It was creative license. Well, that's a fascinating one, because that means you can lie in a newspaper. But even that was after what I have in mind. And that is a little something, 27 books that the government put out in 1964 called the Warren Commission Report. And I date it to that because almost immediately upon issuing the Warren Commission Report, there was a PR blitz to get you to believe everything that was in it unquestioningly. A paperback book was put out, and at the beginning of the paperback book, the New York Times told you what to think about it. The Sunday that the report was made public, NBC News and CBS News came out with full TV documentaries explaining it, which is impossible. How did they know what was in it that far in advance that they could create a show and do all of that? Well, people started looking askance at that. And then people started buying all 27 volumes of the report and noticed certain things that were bizarre, like the sequence of photographs of the president being assassinated, which is what the Warren Commission was investigating. They were run out of sequence to prove a point, which, it's a little too gruesome to go into now. But they then said, oh, that was just an unavoidable typographical publishing printing mistake. And then they found out that there were people, eyewitnesses on the ground, who said things differently than were quoted in the other people in the books. And a lawyer by the name of Mark Lane wrote a book called Rush to Judgment. And that opened the floodgates. And from there on in, we had the movie JFK, we had the movie Executive Action, we had, I can't even count the books showing the mistakes in that report. And then there's the magic single bullet theory. And I'm not going into this or that. I'm not arguing who did it. You know what I mean? Because that's not as important to me as the fact that people started to rip it to shreds and found real problems with this. And now being contrarian about news events is actually an industry. You know, I have a book around here somewhere from a publishing company that was put out of business by the government, believe it or not, because they wrote books about, you know, how to make silencers for guns and how to make a switchblade and, you know, things that people frowned upon. And one of the books they had was how to spot a scam so that you don't get scammed, which is a noble thing until you read the book and realize that it's a handbook on how to run a scam. And one of the most profitable scams that they had in the book was to find a prominent event in history, in recent history, and come up with an alternate theory for it and push it like hell. And that's become the whole thing. That's why nobody trusts media now. And we've been lied to so deliberately and so often. How can we trust them? I mean, would you trust somebody who's constantly lying to you? Now that links to fear, which are the two big things here, because I maintain, and nobody's ever been able to convince me otherwise, although I certainly welcome the discussion, we only lie to people we're afraid of. That's a flat out statement, and I say it covers every lie there is. Well, suppose the person says, well, does this dress make me look fat? You know, what are you going to say? You're going to lie. You said, yeah, of course you're going to lie. You're going to be polite, and you're going to call it a lie. But at the heart, you're afraid of what's going to happen if you tell the truth. Yeah, boy, you look like a porker there. You know, you don't have to be that blunt, but we do. And I'm speaking as a person who, as I told you, can eat half a pound of chocolate and gain 12 pounds. So I'm very weight conscious myself. But you know, the thing is that if you're lying to spare somebody's feelings, then you're afraid of what's going to happen if you upset that person's feelings. And I just believe in honesty. I believe in truth. I would rather demur than lie. I'm not into lying. Well, of course, how do you know I'm telling the truth about that? There you go. See, because trust is at an all-time low. And I'm telling you, I put this all back to those books. I wrote an article about this at mojoacademy.org. You see, that's one of the things. It's really, really been on my mind. Shuffling up the tarot cards here. I haven't forgotten why we're here. We're here to read the tarot cards. You go to mojoacademy.org and look for the link at the top of the page, which is at the bottom of the section of links, which is called the Warren Commission Report. You take a look at that and you'll see what I mean. I'm not arguing who did it. I'm not saying this or that is right or wrong. I'm not going to direct you to see anything by Oliver Stone. But I'm just telling you that I think that was a seminal moment in American history when the American people learned that the government will lie to you and lie to your face and then deny that they're lying to you, because there is patent nonsense in that report. In fact, the whole thing has reached an apotheosis of ridiculousness because a lot of it is based on the Zapruder film, which recorded the assassination, which I didn't include in the website because it's too gruesome. But you all know where to see it if you want to, I suppose. But Dan Rather, the CBS guy, you'll read about him if you go to mojoacademy.org and look at the Warren Commission thing. He did something unforgivable, and he still hasn't accounted for why he did it. But he described, there was a time when he was the only journalist who had seen the Zapruder film, and he lied about what he saw. Or he was a dreadfully bad reporter. When we all got to see that film, when it was leaked to ABC TV and it was run at a late night show by Geraldo Rivera, then people saw exactly what happened. And immediately Congress convened hearings because that threw it all into doubt. And that's all I'm concerned about, is the doubt, the mistrust. You can't get that back from people. You know, if I were to read the cards and lie to people, and they knew I lied to them, and then I said to them, well, I did it for your own good. That's it. Like that. I'm gone. I'm finished. I'm washed up. Nobody would trust me, and I wouldn't even dare to ask for trust under situations like that. Honesty, as they say, is the best policy. And I don't believe that we're dealing with a real problem of cynicism now. because people lie. People expect to be lied to by media, by certain people who pretend to be doctors when they've been bureaucrats for 50 years. And they get and they admit, I mean, this guy lied. This is the person we're talking about who said, oh, there's no reason to get a mask. Masks during an outbreak don't work. And then he said, well, I only said that so that people wouldn't go out and buy masks, which is a noble way of saying, I lied to you and I lied for a good cause. You don't do that anymore. You can't trust a person who lies to you like that and then lies again and again and again. But people are used to it. And I think that all stems back to the September of 1964, when the 27 volumes of the Warren Report were issued, and we were lied to. The public was very definitely lied to. Facts were stretched to fit a narrative. Facts were deleted. If you see the movie, it's on YouTube, Rush to Judgment. And again, I'm not saying one way or the other about who did it. You can see people telling their story. You can even see a film clip, I don't know if it's in that movie, of Abraham Zapruder, who accurately and 100% completely accurately describes the movie that he shot. And it's done about an hour after he did it, not even an hour. He was yanked into a TV studio. He went to a TV studio to see if they could process the film. He didn't know that Kodachrome can only be processed at that time by Kodak. But they sat him down and interviewed him, and that was the WFAA interview, and he told exactly what happened. And in the 1970s, when the film was shown to people, they saw that he was completely right. But we were told something different by the government for our own protection. Why? Do you like being treated like a baby and lied to? That's the problem. So it's about trust. And I find it almost very gratifying that people trust me, because I know the price of trust. I know that you're putting it all on the line when you trust a person, and you have a lot of guts, those of you who call in to programs here on Ask One Radio, because you're talking about your personal life in front of loads and loads of people, and you trust us all. You trust the listeners, and you trust the show hosts, and nobody hurts you. We have your best interest at heart, and we try to be completely helpful is the main thing. And I know that everybody here is as well. The whole thing is don't harm anyone, don't hurt anyone. I've seen too many people who use the cards to hurt people, and it's awful what you can do to people. And that kind of karma is not something that you want to have waiting for you in the wings, folks. So this is a long way of saying, since I've been dealing with this issue of trust, and I wrote that webpage at mojoacademy.org. I really appreciate the trust that you've put in me for the last 10, 11 years, and the trust that you're going to demonstrate today when you put your life in my hands and ask me to look at things. And the people who contact me off the air and get private readings and repeat readings because you do trust me. And I've never come out and just said how I value that and honor that. And I'm sure that I'm speaking for everybody who does a show here on Ask One Radio, that we all absolutely honor and appreciate and are humbled by the trust that you put in us every time you call, every time you listen, because you're a very important part of what we do here. And my hat's off to you. So look, let's just shuffle up the cards again. Well, they're pretty well shuffled now, but let's get into the readings now that I've unburdened that. But I think it's an important issue, this whole thing about trust, because it's a two-way street. You know, we trust that you're going to be straight with us, and you definitely trust that we're going to be straight with you. And there's no tricks. We don't do anything melodramatic. We just tell you what we see. So let's ring a bell 3 times now to declare sacred space, and then we'll pull the curtain back on the magical window for April in Pleasant View City, Utah. Hi, April. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi. How are you tonight, April?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing much better than I thought I would, because I found the secret of life, which is take a nap in the afternoon. So
that would be nice.
I know there's been times in my life when I couldn't do it. There's been times in my life where I was working 2-3 jobs, and it was so hectic that a guy stopped me in the middle of the street at noon in New York here and wanted to know if I had the correct time. And I said, yeah, I looked at my watch and I said midnight, when I saw that it was noon. So yeah, we've
Oh,
all been
goodness.
through those busy phases. What can I look at for you tonight, April?
Yep. I'm just kind of looking at what's out there in the world for me. I've had a lot of hardship and heartache lately, and I just kind of wanted
Well,
to see what would come through for me.
well, there's good news here. Let me put it that way. There is good news here. The good news comes in several packages here. It's emotional, it's financial, and it involves work. Have you been looking for new work?
Actually have a new job that I just started a couple months ago.
Okay, well, that's the card that I've got here. It's the Ace of Rods. That's about new work, new career. Um, and and then I have the Eight of Coins, which is about a person who has a new job and is working diligently at it and will be rewarded. Because that's also here is the Six of Coins, which is about getting money. So it's more lucrative than what you were doing before, or will be, according to this.
It is.
Now those are three cards that relate to work and money. Two of them are coins, and one is rod. That's why I asked you about a new job. These next three cards are all about your emotional well-being, and they're pretty good. The Ace of Cups here tells me that you're at the beginning of a new phase of opening up, good things happening to you emotionally, in terms of happiness and joy, well-being, romance, things like that. Because you're doing something about it. The Eight of Cups is here, and that's a cup card, so it's dealing with the heart. And it's a person who is moving away. I haven't heard a busy signal in years. April, you still with me? Anyway, I'll continue here. April, in case you're listening. The Eight of Cups is about a person who is moving away from things in her life that are not working and moving towards things that are working. And that is a very positive action, and that's why all the new things good are coming your way. The Four of Cups is here, which tells me that you're going to be getting something, an offer. It could be a friendship, it could be a romance, it could be a romantic involvement that you're already in, reaching a new level. The thing is that it's going to come and it's going to take you a bit by surprise, but it's there and it's happening. You just don't see it yet. So money, work, and emotional well-being are all working in your favor. And I'm sorry that we had a little technical glitch there, but we're going to blame the phone company on that one. Can you do that still? There is no such thing as the phone company anymore, right? Geez, that shows you how old I am. Like when the president said you should keep a record player on at night, that made sense to me. And to me, the record player I have here, I have to use a crank to wind it up to get it playing. So there you go. I'm more old-fashioned than that. We'll shuffle up the cards now. Michelle in Benton, Wisconsin is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hello.
Hi, Michelle. How are you tonight?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
I am open to anything, actually.
Well, let's see. I am now going to just put my hand on the cards and cut them and see what I get. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I have two cards here, and it's kind of interesting. I hesitate to ask this question because it leads into the kind of thing that people who use tarot as a scheme will do. But this is the Seven of Swords is about somebody who's kind of like sneaking around behind the scenes and is causing some trouble in your life. Do you get the feeling that that's going on?
No, not really.
Okay, so let's just say that it might be like a warning that there's somebody out there who doesn't have your best interest at heart. But I don't think it's going to matter because that's followed by the Star, which is a card of hope and optimism. And there's a card, the Justice card, which means that you will get justice if somebody tries to do wrong to you. Just that there's somebody out there who you might want to be a little leery of. I'm not going to go as far as to say that they're creating a problem for you now. I just see that there's somebody who's a potential troublemaker out there, but it's not going to work. I've got the Ten of Cups here, which is great happiness. Yeah, it's not going to work at all. You'll be fine. In fact, you're strong enough to handle it. I have the Strength card here. Aside from that, everything is happy. There's justice here,
Well,
which
good.
generally means that there's something that you deserve that you're going to be getting, and it's not like you're going to get what's coming to you in a bad sense. It's a good one. Because the 10 of Cups is here. The cards following that are good. That's complete happiness, the 10 of Cups and joy. No, I'm getting lots of happy stuff here for you. The Empress here is a person who creates things and makes things happen. You're looking fine. You know, if there's anything specific you want to
I'm
look
ready
at.
for a change.
Yeah, well, you'll make it happen. Let's see what I have here.
Good deal.
Let's
Thank you.
let's see what we get in terms of change coming. Okay. Well, now you see, this is interesting. I got that card again, the 5 of Swords, which is a card about somebody who's going to try to make some trouble in your life. But like I said, don't worry about it. Okay. The fact that it came up twice is interesting. It's just like it's saying, don't blow me off. But trust the cards here. They're saying that you're going to be fine. You really, you're getting the same cards again, and you heard me shuffle them. That's very funny. The
I
stars
did
here,
hear you.
that's hope and optimism and good things coming. No, I see nothing but good stuff coming your way. Here's the four of rods, happiness and home. There's cards that indicate that here's the tower struck by lightning, and that's a card of change. There's good money cards here. You got a very dull, happy future here that I see. You know, nothing bad at all. You know something. This is why it's interesting that there's somebody you're going to do very well. Okay, in terms of things you want in life. There's a period of change coming, and it's going to be very good for you. That's what I'm seeing here. You're going to be putting bad stuff that you don't like behind you, and you're going to move forward and get things done. Now, that to me explains that 5 of Swords card, because when we start improving ourselves and when we start getting things that other people don't have, somebody's going to be dissatisfied and unhappy about it. But because I found that the surest way to lose friends is to improve yourself and change. You know, you're so different now. What happened to you? You're not so much fun anymore. You know, but you'll get new friends. But you're going to be fine. I got the 4 of Rods, happy home again. There's that card again, the 5 of Swords. That's 3 times. So it's not, like I said, it's nothing to be worried about. I want you to be I want you
keep my eye open.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a warning that as you start changing for the better and getting things that you want, somebody around you is going to start being envious and unsatisfied and dissatisfied, and that's their problem. That's not your problem. Okay, and it's not going to hurt you.
I agree.
Yeah, that person isn't going to hurt you. Let me look at that person. Okay. Okay. See, this is interesting. I'm looking that the cards for you are good. The 9 of Cups, that's a card of being very satisfied in life, really satisfied in life. The Sun, which is a card of health and healing and growth and happiness. And when I look at that person, I have the 5 of Coins, which is a card about loss and being unhappy. I have the 10 of Rods, which is about a person who feels overburdened and overworked. I have the Devil card, which is about a person who is very controlling and and there's the card again. There's the 5 of Swords again. So you know what it is? You're looking at a classic grouch. That's all. So when this person shows up, it isn't going to hurt you at all, because you're going to be you look at the 10 of Cups sometime. I mean, the 9 and 10 of Cups, the 9 of Cups, that shows a very happy, well-fed, contented, smiling person. In fact, the only warning that comes, this is interesting in light of this other card that I've got. The only warning that comes with the 9 of Cups is that some people may be envious of what you have. And let me tell you, that's this other person. And it's that person's problem, not yours. They're not going to hurt you at all. They're going to be too busy feeling sorry for themselves for not having what you've got, when they could just as easily get what you know, it's within anybody's power. I'll tell you a story about that. A because it has happened several times to me. But my wife and I had a friend who was a theater major at a very impressive college, and theater was his life. And I wasn't a theater major, and theater wasn't my life. And some people who were familiar with me thought that I would be the perfect person to write a play that they were producing. And I said, okay, fine. And we signed the contracts and got the job. And my wife mentioned it to this friend casually, and he was upset. He was furious. Well, you don't have any training in writing a play. And I said, well, I don't care. They're the professionals. They're the ones who think that I can do it. So who am I to say no? And it paid me very well, but you know something? We have this was back in the 90s. We haven't spoken or heard from him since then. And that's the kind of person, that's what I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about.
We don't need them people anyhow. We don't need them
yeah,
kind
right.
of people.
Let them take themselves out of our life, because
Right, I agree with that.
let's forget that, because that's what we're talking about, which is you're going to be doing very well, and it's going to be through your work, and nobody has a right to appropriate that for themselves, because it's not your responsibility to make them happy. Yeah, and when you come down to it, you can't do that. That's one of the biggest mistakes I think people make anyway, which is to get into a relationship because they want to make somebody happy.
Right.
It's you're happy or you're not, and the key is, can you be miserable together? If you know what I mean. Look, I don't have to. I don't want to dwell on me here, but my wife and I have had the last few years have been pretty horrible, but we're fine. I mean, she had an accident that's pretty much.
You're going to have good with bad.
Right. We said for better or worse, right? She had an accident that's pretty much crippled her. I've lost the sight in one eye, and I'm not doing well in the other eye. These are things, but we're together, and we help each other, and we do what we can for each other, and we see the doctors when we need to.
Growing old together.
Yeah, exactly. But you see, this whole thing about the happiness, you're going to have it, and it's going to bother somebody. There's one person who it's going to bother, and you're right, that person is going to self-censor and take him or herself out of your life, and you don't need that person anyway.
I agree. How about my love life? When is that going to be?
Let's see.
Speaking
What
of
have I got
people,
here?
get rid of those bad.
Have you recently had a relationship that didn't work?
Yeah.
Because I've got a card here I've got two cards here that are very sad, and they tend to be about relationships. The Three of Swords shows a heart pierced by swords, and the Nine of Swords shows an unhappy person. But the next thing here I've got is the Ten of Cups, which is great happiness and justice, the Justice card again. So you're going to be fine. Something new is coming your way. I've got the Ace of Rods here. That's going to be new. I've got the Page of Cups. So there is going to be some romance coming your way. The Page of Cups especially says that. And that's not theoretical. The Page of Cups, the Ace of Cups would be more theoretical. The Page of Cups means it's here. So you're going to meet somebody, and it'll be good. Okay?
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
You got a bright future here, and I'm sorry that this other person won't be willing or able to share it with you, but that's their loss, right? That's their loss, not yours. So
yeah, I don't want them kind of people anyhow.
You got it.
I've had enough of that.
Yep. From what I see, yes, because there was a period of sadness here, but it's over, and there's good stuff coming. So enjoy it, because it's going to be very good. Oh, you don't need to try. You're going to be doing just fine. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now. And you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. This is me, Reverend Elliot, and the Magical Window is the tarot cards. Where is the tarot cards, or are the tarot cards? I'm mixing things here. The Magical Window is the tarot cards. That kind of makes sense. The Magical Window are the tarot. No, the Magical Window be the tarot cards. No, that doesn't. I'll just change the name of the darn show. What can I tell you? You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the pompously named meaningless named program where we look through the magical window of the tarot so that we can see around the corner of life and to see what's coming at us, to see what's happening, to see what's the word I'm looking for? To see what life holds for us. You see, this was a perfect example about not just looking at the future, but looking at the people around us this past call. It's sad. There is somebody there. That card came up 3 times in that reading. There was somebody in that person's life who is going to be a real sourpuss. And that's fine. You can't control that. There's nothing you can do. I suppose at certain points in life, I was the sourpuss. You know, I'm not going to cast the first stone, as they say. I'm sure there are loads of people who could tell you terrible stories about being involved with me. But, hey, you know, don't believe a word of them. Remember what I said about trust? You can trust me, baby. How many times would you really, does anybody really trust somebody who says you can trust me? Does anyone really do that? Is that a thing? Do people still say trust me on this? Or, I mean, outside of politicians, do politicians even say trust me? Because you know they don't mean what they're saying. I mean, we've become so inured to that. Just trust me. You know, if some politician kept his or her word, I think we'd all just collapse, or we'd declare a national holiday. I agree with something Christopher Hitchens once said. It was very profound. He doesn't trust. In fact, he did use the word trust. He doesn't trust people who run for office out of personal therapeutic reasons. For instance, there's somebody who recently ran for office because he said that if he could get this job, it would erase childhood trauma. Now, that's not very good reason to run for office, and it won't even be effective, because whatever you consider childhood trauma when you're over 60 years old, if you still got it, you ain't going to get rid of it by being elected to office. There are people who just feel, I promised my mommy I'd be president, you know, and I'm not letting my mommy down. That kind of stuff is pretty weird to hear from people in their 70s. You know what's even stranger to me is when I hear people in their 70s say, you know what we need is the adult in the room. We need an adult in the room. What kind of talk is that? Are you 12? Do you really, you be the adult in your own life. It's fun. I deal with people now and then who tell me what they really hate about life is not being a child anymore. And I said, what is it about being a child that appealed to you that you can't do now on steroids? You know, you have so much freedom now. As a child, you know, you had these people who were 9 feet tall, it looked like, people towering over you saying, you can't do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. This is wrong. Stop that. Sit up straight. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I was so eager to be an adult that when I was a little kid, I used to put talcum powder in my hair to make sure it was gray. See what I look like with gray hair. I have not regretted a moment of adultness. I've never said I want to go back to being a child, because all the fun I had as a kid, I can still have. And there are other pleasures too. Sandra in Spring, Texas is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I am great.
Beautiful.
I was calling to see what does my life look like maybe the next 6 months, from career choice, finances, relationships, all that good stuff.
Okay, well, let's see what we got. Put a few cards out here. Well, this is coming up a lot with people. I've got several cards here that are aces, and aces are beginnings, and that's good. That's new. That's nice stuff. There's the Two of Coins is here. That doesn't indicate money troubles, but it indicates a person who knows how to handle money and can juggle money and you're good with making money work and stretching a dollar, and you can, you know, you're conscious of where your money goes. The next card is the Ace of Coins, which tells me that there's going to be more money coming your way. There's also the Ace of Cups, which tells me there's happiness coming your way. Well, one maybe usually brings the other. The Sun is here. That's a card of health and growth and happiness and joy. And the Seven of Rods is here, which is a person who can make difficulties just go away. You can wipe away whatever difficulties get in your way. And the Ten of Cups is here. That's a great card of happiness and joy. So I'm seeing good things coming your way. This looks like a very good period. New things are going to happen in terms of your emotional life and your financial life, and the new things that happen will be good. See, that's the thing I learned long ago when doing readings, and you learn this pretty darn fast, is when you tell people there's change coming, you better be able to quickly tell them whether it's good change or bad change. Yeah, because when you tell most people that change is coming, they say, "Great, is it good?" Then it dawns on them. So I always look at the cards first. And yes, there's good stuff coming your way in terms of money. There's good stuff coming your way in terms of emotional well-being and happiness and joy. And any difficulties are going to be minor. You'll be able to sweep them away. I just see the message in this reading overall is happiness and joy. And that's what I see for the next few months coming. So that's good, huh?
Oh, wow. That sounds great to me. That sounds great. That sounds great. And I was listening to you earlier, and you were talking about how you went to the doctor and you were smoking your cigarettes, and you did non-filter. My dad smoked non-filter, so I'm sure he felt your pain.
Yeah. Well, I did it out of a silly thing. I worked for a marketing company, and I had made a mistake in one of the accounts, and I knew I was going to get chewed out at the next business meeting that we had at the office. And everybody in those days was smoking low tar cigarettes, like Carlton, and I don't remember the other names, but they were low tar cigarettes, and they were just like cigarettes that were mild. And I got a pack of unfiltered Lucky Strikes, and I figured I'm gonna smoke these at the meeting just to intimidate them, and I did, and it startled them, and it started a love affair, which cost me my breath for a while, but I enjoyed it. But I got over. I know I had to quit. Getting older is not for kids, that's for sure. Well, you're heading for a great period of time, so I want to see if I can get another call in. But I'm looking at one more card here for you, and I see it's going to be Ace of Rods. So you had the Ace of Coins, Ace of Cups, and now Ace of Rods. New things are coming to you in terms of work, in terms of romance and emotions, and in terms of money. You're going to enter a new period of good things coming in your life. Okay?
Oh, all right. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. It's been great talking to you. Bye-bye now. And let's see if we can squeeze in Lindy in Melbourne. Hi, Lindy, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Oh, hi. How are you going?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Very well. Very well. Afternoon over here.
Yeah, I know it's afternoon where you are. It's still it's late. It's early. It's late Wednesday night here, coming up to midnight. So what can I look at for you? Lindy, did we lose you? Uh-oh. Lindy. Let's see, I'll just shuffle up the cards so we'll be ready when the machinery brings Lindy back. This time travel, right? I'm actually here just before midnight speaking to somebody in tomorrow afternoon. So that's time travel, right? To remember, like I said, you can check out if you don't get, well, obviously the show is winding down, so if you didn't get a chance to get through tonight, you can drop me an email at asktarot@earthlink.net, and I'll be happy to pull a few cards for you on the house. And let's go to Lindy now. Lindy, you back?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm back though.
So anyway, what can I look at for you now?
Well, I have just put my house on the market, so I'm wondering if you could tell me whether I should take the first offer I get, or whether I should, maybe hold out a bit.
Well, that's not the kind of thing that I particularly
like.
That's not the kind of thing I particularly like to do with cards. I'll tell you why. Because this is such a serious situation that I can't go that deep in it here. I can just tell you this.
You just give me a card and we'll go with that.
Well, I'll tell you this, though. The cards I have here show that you're going to be very successful at selling the house. Okay,
Oh,
so
great.
that may be an answer. See, what I can't tell you what you should or shouldn't do in terms of offers and the people who are going to be contacting you, but I can tell you that I have the Ace of Rods, which is about business and career, and the World, which is success, and the Six of Rods, which is success. And I'm telling you, these are very successful and happy cards. So it looks to me that whatever decision you do, you're going to do very well with this sale.
Oh, that's good enough. Thank you.
Okay?
Yeah,
So
that's great.
great. So these are very positive cards. So listen to listen to your own instincts, and check with the professionals and see what you get. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for calling.
And the move? Do you get anything about the move?
About the move?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the moon at first. Let's see. Well, I do see change coming for you. And I see changes. I have the Eight of Rods, so that means it's going to happen fairly fast. The Ten of Cups, that's great happiness. The Ace of Coins means you'll have money. Yeah, it looks like it looks very good. The change is coming. It's going to come soon, and you're going to do it with happiness and with money. So there you go. It's everything you want.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've got to run. I'm up against the clock now.
All
Gotta
right.
go.
Thanks for that. Bye.
Bye now. Well, we've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, the radio show that we're the holdout, right? I know. I'm going to go to video, but I'm a little bit leery of all that. I have so much fun doing this with you the way we are, that I suppose if I can rig this up the way I want to, we'll be doing it the same anyway. It's going to be, it'll be a little different, let's say, but it'll still just be us getting together every Wednesday to tackle life's mysteries. You heard these were all pretty good readings here. People are on a right track. And I told you, my theory, I've been telling you this for years now. My theory is that people get so many good readings because really horrible readings only happen in bad movies anyway. But we get good readings because the people who call are aware of the situations in their life, and they're asking for help, and they understand that they may need some help deciding some things, and they want as much information as possible. So you're already on your way towards success by doing that. So that's good. I mean, try doing a reading for somebody who says, I don't know what I want. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm reading for you then is the answer, right? So there you go. Well, we've come to the end, so I want to remind you now that mojoacademy.org has an abundance of wonderful books and audio and video there that will change your life. I highly recommend the book Hunches. I haven't talked about that in a while. It's the best book I've ever seen about developing psychic abilities. And you can find that at mojoacademy.org. For the rest of the stuff that I do, it's magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And there's 100 and something pages of information there on everything magical, and more coming all the time. So take a look there, and maybe I will hear from you off the air at asktarot@earthlink.net. Until next week, this is Reverend Elliott reminding you that time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen. It's so great to be here with you tonight on this Wednesday night, February 1st. How is it already February? I don't know, but welcome. It's great to be here with you. Before we get to a caller, I want to make some announcements before I forget. The first one is I'm actually have a development circle coming up, and that starts on Sunday, February 5th. And it is called Soul Speak Psychic Medium Development Circle. And you can actually find the information on my website at mediumkellykristen.com or Eventbrite. And you don't really need any experience. It's going to be a super small group, so only 10 people. So, our souls can kind of get to know each other. It's going to be 4 weeks long. So I hope you can join me. The next thing I want to tell you about is an event that I do each month in February, each month. The next one is February 19th. It's called Soul Journey Sunday. And if 2 of my former guests are in that group with me, so Reverend Stacy Christopher and Maurice Sinclair, if you remember them, they are in this group with me as well. And so you can find tickets on my website or Eventbrite, and you just buy a ticket and you are guaranteed 2 readings from 2 different psychic mediums. And you never know who you're going to get, but that's part of the fun. But it does sell out, so that's what I'm telling you now. So February 19th, it's on a Sunday. It starts at 4:30 PST. All right, one more thing. So also for the month of February, I have a new discount code. So just by you guys tuning in tonight, I'm offering you a 10% discount on readings. And the code is SOUL10. So SOUL